Good morning. Good morning. We are going to call the March 25th San Benito County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Velasquez.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have acknowledged certificate of posting. Can I entertain a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
And a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. That takes us to item E, board announcements and committee updates. We'll start with Supervisor Curro.
Real quick, just a couple announcements. The Community Action Board, CAB District 4, we are looking for a representative to represent the low income in District 4. You don't have to be a low income resident, but if you represent the low income community, please reach out to the clerk of the board. We are still accepting applications. I will be going around trying to recruit someone for that position. And I want to thank the people that I have appointed that are serving on that very important board. Also, Women's History Month is March 25th, and since today is Women's History Month, I just want to thank all of the women leaders in our community and all of our staff for all their hard work. Taste it, and to piggyback on that, our young future leaders. Girls Inc. is having our annual Taste and Treasures. I'm a big supporter of Girls Inc. It helps mentor young women into leadership positions. So save the date, Saturday, September 20th, between 5:30 and 8 at Dam Vineyards on Cienega Road. And I just want to thank the Friends of the Library for the incredible event for fundraising out at Ridgemark for the tea party. It was, the tea event was really fun. It was nice seeing everyone. Next year, we want to try and have a competition on hats and outfits. So I just want to thank all the Friends of the Library too. Thank you.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Just want to remind or let everyone know, work on Shore Road will begin next week. It will take about 2 months. Work will be from about 7 in the morning till 5 in the evening. They're doing a complete repaving of Shore Road from San Felipe to Fraser Road. So please plan accordingly.
Thank you very much. I have no announcements. Supervisor Zanger. Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. Just really quickly, had a behavioral health board meeting last week, and they are looking at doing some rebranding of some of their logos and things. And so a lot of our time was spent talking with that. But the more important part of it was that the San Benito County Office of Education and Behavioral Health had an event last week. Family Wellbeing, is that what it was, Angela? Family Wellbeing, the Wellbeing Festival. And it was a really amazing, huge crowd. They had it at the Vets building. I hope this was the first one, and I hope that they will continue doing it. Just very amazing resources, and so just want to thank them for that. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That would take us to public comment. These are items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda?
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, we have Stacy. On standby, we should have Steve.
Good morning, Chair, Board, and thank you so much. I wanted to bring up something that's kind of been bothering me for a little while, and it has to do with the LAFCO meeting from last month, and specifically the way that Mr. Richard Betancourt was removed from LAFCO. I understand politics. I understand if an organization is moving in a different direction, right? That's politics, that's life. And it's not what was done, but it's how. It's how we treat people with dignity and respect and honor, and honoring the sacrifice and the commitment that Mr. Betancourt made to this county, this organization, through a lifetime of service as a small business owner, as a family member, as a member of his faith organization, and representing the people in this county. So it's just really bothered me. I wanted to take an opportunity to recognize Mr. Betancourt in public for his many years of service to this county. And as I've been thinking about this, I also thought maybe there would be an opportunity for the board to do some type of a proclamation for Mr. Betancourt. We do proclamations for lots of other things, and I think his service is very worthy of that type of attention. So I wanted to thank Mr. Betancourt in person. I asked him to be here. He was very uncomfortable about it. He doesn't, he's not seeking public affirmation for what he did, but the way we treat people matters. And if we want people to be involved in our community, then we, by gosh, ought to treat them well for it. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Steve.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Complexity and transparency never play well together. Transparency in elections is about public visibility into the process, and this requires accessibility, clarity, and auditability. In 2021, after requesting a cast vote record report from this county, I promptly received a file that was easily imported into Excel to perform a mini audit of certain aspects of our election. This is transparency. Thank you. Encouraged, I requested a similar report from a county that uses Hart InterCivic. But this time, I received a zip file containing thousands of XML files, where each file represented one ballot. This was troublesome. But I'm a software engineer, so I wrote a program to convert the XML files to a format that makes sense in Excel. The difficult file format was a roadblock for many people. So when word of my program got around, I received requests for assistance from candidates and other interested parties here in California and in other states to convert and analyze their CVRs. An official from Nevada County declined to release the CVR and audit log reports, so a concerned citizen filed a complaint in court. Our Secretary of State weighed in on the side of the Registrar of Voters there, giving a slap in the face to all voters by trying to restrict access to election records. I provided technical assistance to the plaintiff, and the judge ruled in our favor. Score for the citizens. According to California voting system standards, audit logs are essential for public confidence in the accuracy of the tally, for recounts, and for evidence in the event of criminal or civil litigation. I was invited to review the audit logs from Shasta County's 2024 primary. From these logs, I found evidence of ballots that were scanned and adjudicated, but never showed up in the final tally. Where'd they go? I found records of 16% of all ballots being processed at a time when no one was running the machines. I presented my findings to the Shasta Election Commission, who referred my report to their Board of Supervisors, who then referred it to the U.S. Department of Justice. None of my audit log findings would have been known to the public if a concerned citizen hadn't wanted to examine the files first. As a result of citizen interest in CVRs and audit logs, our Secretary of State issued an advisory last year declaring that CVR reports should be delivered in PDF format and audit logs are not public information. The PDF format is entirely useless for election research. Audit logs are essential. Complexity makes transparency practically impossible. At least one state official likes it that way.
Next, we have Elia.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Then, thank you, Stacy. I thought that was really great. Although a proclamation signed by the chair would probably be not something that Mr. Betancourt would approve and would want. Steve, thank you for confirming that San Benito County is very transparent and with what we do here in the elections office. Chair Kosmicki, there was an email noticing a special closed session meeting for Monday, the 17th. Allowing in plenty of time to attend the morning Union Bridge ribbon cutting. That meeting was rescheduled to a public hearing on Tuesday at 9 a.m. The chair repeatedly claimed that it had always been the intention to bring forward a contract by March the 18th. Although there were absolutely no fire contract negotiation updates provided by the ad hoc committee in public, and I assume in closed session by the comments made by Supervisors Curro and Sotelo, admitting surprise. Chair, your comments made, Chair, you literally in an attempt to gaslight, you stated that you did not know about the special closed session meeting. Eventually, Mr. Chair, with the assistance of Human Resources / interim CAO, you placed the blame on staff. I have mentioned many times the hostile work environment being caused by the chair's behavior towards San Benito County employees. Hostile work environments are the actions or behaviors such as intimidating, belittling, yelling, uncomfortable and or oppressive atmosphere for the employees. Aggressive behavior also includes undermining the employee's work. The created San Benito County work hostile environment has made individuals feel unsafe and or threatened at work. I will remind you that harassment is basically a form of workplace bullying. An employee has the right to take legal action. Unfortunately, Human Resources interim CAO has failed to protect San Benito County staff. There was a yelling incident by the chair regarding someone parked in his parking spot, but the chair lied and said it did not happen. He placed Human Resources interim CAO in a predicament, either validate his lie or likely get fired for not doing so. That is harassment at its finest. Given that March is Women's History Month, I would like to acknowledge and celebrate our two female supervisors, Curro and Sotelo, and the entire San Benito County female staff, that they continue to show the ability to handle themselves with such grandeur. The evidence they demonstrate of self-respect and confidence is extraordinary.
On Zoom, Celeste, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I just wanted to share the same sentiments as Stacy McGrady about Richard Betancourt. I prefer calling him Mr. Betancourt. So thank you, Mr. Betancourt, for your service and knowledge that he provided to our community for the last 14 plus years. And I hope you know that many of us in the community really appreciate your service and knowledge that you came forward with everything that you applied in the community. So thank you. And also thank you so very much to all the women, biological females who work in our community. So thank you. That'll be all.
Online, iPhone, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Roxy Montana. I'm a member of the San Benito County community. And I would like to acknowledge those people who stand and speak to the board and that they are valuable. They have a lot to say. They do their homework. They do notice things. And it's appreciated that they do. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge Supervisor Sotelo and also Supervisor Curro for their service in leadership, and that's all important for our community. I'd also like to thank Supervisors Kazmicki and Zanger and Velasquez for their service. Thank you.
No further public comment.
Thank you very much. That would take us to the consent agenda. Interim CAO, Hanny Ring, do you have something to say on consent?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Administration is pulling from consent item 1.16. It'll be brought back at a later date.
Thank you very much. Do we have public comment on consent?
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. No public comment.
Supervisor, do we have any items we want to pull from consent? Yeah. I would pull 1.13 and 1.14. Are there any others? Your microphone, if it's not on.
1.5 and 1.15.
And then I would request that we hear the 1.13 and 1.14 items after regular, because there may be some implications with one of the, like to hopefully have a discussion about one of the items on regular that could potentially have some implications with CCP. So, but if the board is okay, we could move ahead with 1.5 and 1.15 now then, unless there's objection.
I'm good with that, but I have one to pull.
Oh, I'm sorry.
1.6, the CalCard policy on.
Okay, so 1.5, 1.6, and 1.15, 1.6, 1.13, 1.14, 1.15, and 1.16 was continued. Anything further? So then it would take us to item 1.5, and this is.
Can we get consent?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah, so can I entertain a motion to approve the remainder of consent, please?
I'll move to approve all except those noted by the chair.
We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. So that would take us to the items that were pulled. The first few, 1.5, which is accept presentation from the University of California Cooperative Extension Representatives, also known as Agriculture Extension Division within the county.
The reason I pulled, you pulled it, I actually was pulling it too, so go right ahead. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I stepped on you.
No, that's okay. I just kind of was hoping to get a status on kind of what was happening with the UC Cooperative Extension. I know we have this presentation here, but I was just curious about staffing. I know there's some vacancies, and so I was just kind of curious on kind of what was happening with the UC Cooperative Extension here locally.
We do have Davey on Zoom.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for the question. So I think the question was what's happening with vacancies and refilling those positions within our UC Cooperative Extension office. And so my name is Davy Rao. I'm until the end of December, I was the Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor with UC Cooperative Extension and the interim county director. And so I've transferred to the same position, but to Sonoma and Marin counties. And so that's leaving kind of my two different roles somewhat vacant. So for my Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor role, that position is going to be replaced, and the new Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor will be starting August 1st. And so we're very excited about that. In terms of my administrative role, right now, I'm continuing, even though I'm not in San Benito County anymore, I'm continuing on for part of my county director duties related to San Benito County itself. And then the county director in Monterey County, Larry Bettiga, is taking on the kind of UC related issues related to county director for San Benito County. However, we are in the process of hiring an area director who will cover San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz counties for cooperative extension. And we've been doing interviews, and I believe we are close to possibly being able to make an offer. I'm not sure what the status is exactly, but we've been doing interviews, and I think we're close to knowing when that position will be filled. So I can keep you posted once I have more details on if that position has been offered and if it's been accepted.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Davey. Those were some of the questions I had. I had sat on the interview panel for that area director for quite a while. I think I did like 2 rounds of interviews and then not having anybody. And so I was just curious what the latest was, because I'm not sitting on that interview panel anymore. But thank you for the update.
Supervisor Curl?
I really also appreciate that, Davey, and if you could introduce, when the new area director does come on board, if you could help do an introduction, because I am trying to stay very close with the Ag Department and UC Co-op Extension to be able to relay things at CSAC and NACO. I also wanted to just thank, the reason I was pulling is to highlight that this is a presentation for the public, that this information provided in this presentation is packed full of information about what UC Extension does. It is an unsung hero in our community that is not realized how much it impacts our agriculture and our livestock community. So I just wanted to thank Davey also for all of her hard work and helping during this transition period. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, that was a presentation. I don't think that, let me double check here just to make sure there's no, yeah, so that was just a presentation. So that would complete that item. That would take us to 1.6, which is adopt revised procurement card policy, Cal card.
Sorry, Chair, we do need a motion to accept the presentation.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that when I was reading through this. Apologize for that. So can I entertain a motion to accept the presentation?
So I'll motion to accept the presentation.
I'll second.
First, we have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Take us to 1.6, which is the revised procurement card policy. And that was pulled, I believe, by Supervisor.
Actually, yes, I pulled, I was wondering if it would be possible just to have a brief summary so that all the board is aware but also all the staff and departments are aware of what the changes are to this. Is this something that we could, it doesn't have to be, if we want to switch it around per the chair. I don't know if Barbara's here to do it or if you're going to do it.
My suggestion would to bring it back to the next meeting. So
If that's okay, if the chair wouldn't mind, I would really appreciate that. I think we need to be aware of what's happening with procurement, especially with the changes in the purchasing and procurement policy. Thank you, County Council.
Sounds good. Is there consensus on the board to bring that back then? So we'll bring that back to the next meeting. So that would be a continued item. We have consensus for that. That would take us to 1.15, which is approved contract amendment with Forley for plan check and other building code enforcement services in the amount of $435,000 for work related to planning, building, plan check, and code enforcement matters. And we have Abraham Prado and R.L. Goodspeed here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yeah, do you have any questions in regards to this item?
Did you want to give just a brief overview of what this is exactly for anyone listening in?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So we, at the building department, planning as well, we have a contract that's standing. It was back in 2021 that where there was a request for qualifications for a consultant to come and help as an extension of staff in regards to building, planning, code enforcement services when and if needed. And so, for example, if there's a need for inspections, if all of a sudden we get too busy with inspections and maybe one of our two inspectors may not be available, then normally within 24 hours, but even sooner than that, normally by like 7:30, we'll call for leave, and then most of the time, 90% of the time, they will have somebody ready for them to assist. Also, in regards to like plan checks, if we have a plan that needs to be reviewed, and we have a specific timeline. So when an application is submitted to the building department, we respond to the public either with comments or with an actual building permit within 10 days. So if we don't have the ability to do that in-house, we send it off to For Leave for review, and that gets paid through the plan check fee that we have. So essentially, the contract indicates that 65%, not of the whole permit, but of the actual plan check fee gets paid to For Leave if they are involved in the plan check review, and then the rest to the county. And so we have this in place all the way to June 30th of 2026. And so the budget that we're asking for is a contract amendment because all the funds that we end up sending to For Leave is essentially what they help us do. The majority of it like for plan check is covered fully by the applicant. So that is, we've been looking at our budgets. We've been looking at the cost, at the invoices, and this is something that, you know, we feel that we need to be able to cover for the near future. Any questions or comments on that?
You have questions, comments from the board? Supervisor Curl?
I appreciate you pulling this item because I had questions and concerns. In just the feedback received from I even hate saying the word, the development industry, people that are working with 4-Leaf. This contract goes all the way through 2026, and this ad is because staff is unable to do the work. It's an overflow for 4-Leaf to do?
Either overflow or if we are missing a staff member, then we request the help from 4-Leaf. That is correct. And so there are some plan checks that we want to make sure that are produced in time within the 10 days, either with comments or an actual building permit. So if we analyze it and if we feel that we have, you know, too much work in-house, then we will send it off to 4-Leaf for their review and comment.
Do we have plans before the end of this contract to go out to bid with a new RFP or look at potential in-house staffing?
We can do that. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not directing that, I'm asking.
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure that we have somebody on board for on-call. And so, yeah, we would not want it to expire and not have anybody to be able to assist us. So, yes.
Okay, just because I do want it known, I do get complaints quite often about 4-Leaf, and I'm sorry.
Sure.
It's nothing personal about the individuals, it's just the complaints come in, and I'm having to call and ask, you know, what's going on? Why are these people calling me? So I get really uneasy when we're handing them more money to do additional work. So those are my only concerns, but thank you, Mr. Chair, for pulling.
Thank you. And is it worth adding that to the list of items for the upcoming budget discussions to have more in-depth conversation?
I would be very
4-Leaf and
open to that.
alternatives?
Very open and
Okay with the
supportive.
board? I'm seeing some head shaking. Anything further on this, Supervisor Velasquez?
I was just going to say, it's always a good idea to have backup. My experience with 4-Leaf is they're very thorough in what they do. They're very knowledgeable, and it's very important because codes change constantly. And you want people that is their entire career, is to make sure they're keeping up with this. So I understand, and I can be frustrated sometimes too, but at the end of the day, it's because they're following the codes that are out there. We need to make sure we're following those and not just saying it's okay to get by this time without following that code. So I'm absolutely in favor of continuing the relationship either with 4-Leaf or another company. And yeah, you should be bidding it out every few years to make sure.
Thank you, yes.
Anything further from the board, staff? Then I would entertain a motion to approve the contract amendment with 4-Leaf for plan check as stated.
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, 5-0. That would take us, thank you very much, Abraham, Ariel. That would take us to our first item on our regular agenda. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think 113 and 114 were pulled as well.
Yes, and I had asked to move those till after regular, just because of potential funding implications.
Great.
Some questions that I'll be bringing up, unless there's objections from the board, to move that to after regular. Appreciate that. And if we could inform the related staff just to be wary of that and timing, if they can monitor and come in, you know, on the item before, but perhaps would be great. So here on the first item, we have 2.1, receive presentation regarding sanitary solutions ad hoc committee updates, provide direction to staff on alternative technology research, transfer station conceptual drafts, and landfill operator discussions. We have Selena Stotler here to kick things off, and we have a presentation, and we also have the ad hoc. So at whichever point the ad hoc would like to chime in as well, I'm just open to that. Whether that's after the presentation or before the presentation. After the presentation is what I'm hearing. So we'll kick it off. Selena Stotler, thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Kuzmicki and board. Joining me today is Sangeeta Lewis with Lewis Engineering. the county's solid waste engineering consultant, and today's presentation will include updates on behalf of the sanitary ad hoc. Ultimately, we're seeking board feedback and direction on various items that are summarized in a later slide. At this time, the John Smith Road landfill has less than 13 years of remaining capacity. Under the Integrated Waste Management Act of 1889, AB 939, counties must maintain 15 years of disposal capacity and are required to plan for their future solid waste needs. The landfill operator, Waste Solutions, did seek to expand the landfill, which would have provided additional capacity beyond 15 years. However, after the San Benito County Planning Commission denial of the conditional use permit and the applicant later withdrawing their appeal to the board, there is no proposed expansion at this time. That being said, in more recent discussions with the landfill operator and between the ad hoc, they have expressed continued interest in a landfill expansion, including the willingness to limit an expansion to 300 to 500 tons per day. If it is possible that the landfill operator may submit a new project application to the county for a proposed expansion at some point in the future, but at this point in time, the county has not yet received any such application and should continue to evaluate all options when planning for future capacity needs. The sanitary ad hoc was formed on April 16th of last year with Supervisor Zanger and Curro appointed. The ad hoc's primary objective is to explore long-term disposal capacity for county residents and businesses. Other objectives include reducing haul trucks, increasing recycling and renewable energy opportunities, maintaining low rates for county residents, exploring potential revenue streams for the county related to solid waste, building regional relationships, and providing accurate data on the cost of solid waste options, such as a transfer station, for the public and for the board to consider. We have made significant progress in our regional facility discussions, which are represented in the map before you, and these include discussions with the San Martin Transfer Station operated by Recology South Valley, Kirby Canyon Landfill operated by Waste Management, Billy Wright Landfill operated by the Merced County Regional Waste Management Authority, Crazy Horse Landfill operated by Salinas Valley Waste Authority, Madison Lane Transfer Station operated by Republic, Buena Vista Landfill operated by Santa Cruz County, RJR's Recycling Transfer Station, and Regen Monterey Landfill and Material Recovery Facility, where currently all of our franchise recycling collected by Recology is taken to be sorted and baled. We have spoken to each of these agencies about potential disposal at their landfills. The only agencies that currently have capacity and have expressed interest are Regen, Monterey, and Kirby, both approximately 35 to 37 miles from John Smith Road landfill. Merced is looking at expanding the Billy Wright landfill and may have capacity for out-of-county waste in the future. Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority has landfill capacity but is not interested in committing their capacity. There may be interest, however, in a partnership with their potential future transfer station at Crazy Horse, which is in close proximity to San Juan Bautista, about 22 miles from John Smith Road landfill. The ad hoc, including both supervisors, paid a visit to RJR's recycling transfer station located in Hollister, about 8 miles from the landfill. RJR has expressed interest in exploring further partnership with San Benito County. Their current permitted tonnage acceptance is 150 tons per day, and they are considering expanding to 300 tons per day, which would require permit applications and review by both the county and CalRecycle, the State Department of Resource Recovery and Recycling. RJR has since shown to be very responsive in implementing programs to recycle waste streams such as mattresses, motor oil, and they're currently working on their Recycling Certification Institute certification, further aiding the county in our diversion goals. Some of our regional partners have shown to be proactive and innovative in their approach to landfill diversion, and we continue to hear comments from the board and the greater public regarding the need for alternative technology rather than landfill disposal. To further aid in these discussions locally and regionally, it may be of interest to the board to conduct a more thorough feedstock study on our in-county waste streams. At this time, we are not confident we have enough local feedstock to make a local project feasible, which would result in needing to import out of county feedstock or move local feedstock outside of San Benito County. Also related to the alternative technology topic, Regen Monterey has offered a site tour opportunity to the Board of Supervisors to see firsthand their resource recovery facilities, including the material recovery facility and the landfill gas to energy facility. After speaking further with County Council, this could include 3 separate tours between the 5 supervisors, pairing in 2s, and 1 solo tour. Lastly, as I mentioned in a prior slide, the landfill operator has expressed continued interest in a landfill expansion, including the willingness to limit an expansion to 300 to 500 tons per day expansion project. Both parties agree the importance of providing the public with transparency and accurate data on transfer station and landfill expansion cost and their overall impact on local rates. So with that said, I will now share, Sangeeta will now share the latest on the county's transfer station conceptual drafts.
Good morning. Thank you, Selena. Happy to be here on such a beautiful day today and to talk about transfer stations. So we started looking at potential sites for transfer stations, and our work initially looked at zoning and what sites might be available within the county to locate a transfer station. And in looking at that, what we ended up coming up with is that the 2 most feasible sites right now are the existing John Smith Road landfill entrance facility area, and then the Resource Recovery Park, which is just a little bit further down the road from the landfill on John Smith Road. So if I can change the slide. Thank you. So we developed a couple of layouts for each, a layout for each of these facilities. This one is the layout for a transfer station at the John Smith Road landfill. And the tricky part about this is that obviously the transfer station has to be functional when the landfill closes. So this facility would have to be constructed while maintaining the landfill operations. So the space is rather tight. It's kind of located, if you're familiar with a landfill, in what is the recycling area right now. So that facility would have to be temporarily located to construct the transfer station. This transfer station building here is 100 by 160 feet, so it's about 16,000 square feet. It has, to be able to construct it, there's a few fairly steep ramps coming in and out of it. There's some fairly extensive retaining walls that are required. But it does, it is feasible. It'll be tight, but feasible. It does allow for a separate entrance and scales. Basically, the current inbound scale would be used by the public to go into the transfer station. The current outbound scale would be used by commercial vehicles and the transfer trailers to access the facility on the, and the transfer trailers would go in on the south side into the loadout tunnel. The rest of the traffic would go into the transfer station facility and then out through an outbound scale. So that's kind of what the layout looks like. And we also did look at alternatives for, the typical type transfer station building. We did visit Salinas Valley's site at Holone Road. They have a tensile fabric building, which is a little bit cheaper in cost. So that could be a feasible option to reduce costs for transfer station construction. This next site is the Resource Recovery Park. It is, much larger area. The transfer station building at this site would be about 150 by 300 feet, which is about 45,000 square feet, so a lot larger of a building. There's also room to put in a kind of recycle center with a Z-wall. There is a lot of queuing space. We have separate inbound lanes for both the commercial and the public with scales. And it just allows more activities to occur on this site. It would require an intersection at the exit to allow traffic to flow back onto John Smith Road landfill. So those are the two layouts that we have right now. We're in the process of coming up with costs for these conceptual layouts and further exploring what makes the most sense, and would appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
So staff is seeking feedback on alternative technology research and a feedstock study, feedback on the Regen Monterey tour and whether the board would like to proceed with staff scheduling that. Transfer station conceptual drafts that Sangeeta presented, and direction on continuing discussion with the landfill operator on transfer station and landfill expansion costs, gate rates for San Benito County users. And lastly, additional options the board would like staff to research and consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. We'll go to public comment first.
Chair, do you think we could just hear from the ad hoc really quickly?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah,
just
of
to
course.
give some
That's why I asked
information
for-
that I
yep.
thought is important.
So ad hoc can give their perspective, because as we heard in the report, the ad hoc in April of last year started working on this with staff and has been in conversations. I know a lot of meetings coming up with these alternatives with staff. So if you want to kick it off, Supervisor Zanger, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, thank you for the presentation. Just really quickly to add a key piece of information, I think, regarding the landfill operator Waste Solutions proposal to do a more modest, smaller expansion of 300 to 500 tons per day. They've also expressed interest in that being an in-county only expansion, which I think is just an important piece of information. Just knowing the community, and I know some of the issues that the community had with what was on the table prior. So it would be a smaller expansion that is in county only, essentially to extend the life of the landfill for the residents that we have now. So I just feel like that was an important piece to throw out there. Supervisor Crowe, if there's anything else to add?
Yeah, that's really the key item, is that it would be an in-county only expansion. And they were very receptive to a conversation about not just a new amendment to the contract, but maybe a rewrite of the contract, which would make it more transparent and easier for staff and the public to understand the actual contractual obligations. And I thought that was a huge step forward, to have just the conversation of being open to negotiate a new contract could be very good for the public and for staff. So I want to thank staff for all their work. Sangeeta, Bree, Selena, you guys have been amazing to work with, and watching you through this process. You guys are always looking at all the thoughts, and Supervisor Zanger, it's been inspirational to kind of watch how we can kick around different ideas and being open-minded about what else is out there that we could do that maybe hasn't been done before, and keeping in mind the recycling requirements that are coming down the pipe. So I just wanted to say thank you, but I totally agree. In-county and the contractual openness of relooking at the contract are two big wins.
Thank you very much. Anything further from the ad hoc? I'm okay on that for now. So we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for questions and comments.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9, the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Shocking. Sorry. Barry Katz. Barry, if you could come up to the podium, and then if you want to fill out your speaker card, you can hand that in after the fact. Appreciate it.
You quite started so early. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. All right, I guess I will just wing this. Thank you. I live in Barry Katz. I live in Aromas, and just in the San Juan, San Benito side of the town there. I've been very interested in the dump, landfill versus transfer station, all of that really since it got started quite a while ago. I would like to say a few things. I think there could be big advantage of having our own landfill rather than a transfer station, mostly in that I think there would be a lot less traffic. The transfer station, garbage has got to come in and then it's got to go back out. It's not going to be twice the traffic because there's other materials that would come into a landfill, such as cover dirt and stuff. But I do think if the same site is chosen where it is now, a major consideration is the height. Back when this was under study, I drove all around different parts of town to see where you could see this landfill and where you can't. It does have, I mean, it's extremely close to the only population center in the county. So one thing certainly would be to look at moving to a different location. But if it's going to be in the same location, there is the advantage of some smaller hills between towns and the landfill, but they can only block the view if the landfill only goes so high, much lower than what they had proposed in the, it would be better to use, in that current location, I think it would be better to use more land. I mean, if you don't go as high, you're gonna have to spread it out more. I think that'd be far more advantageous. We really don't want to be known as the gateway to the landfill. We don't want people to see it coming and going to Pinnacles. We don't want people to see it from the wineries. We don't want people to see it from the new homes that are being built out that way, or the Ridgemark area, all these places. So I think height is really a major consideration. The other thing is, it's 10 years off. This is not today. So I would say all equipment should be electric. We need to get away from the diesel. That includes the equipment that operates the landfill. If it's a transfer station, it'd be a lot less equipment, but still, it should be electric. It'd probably be just a couple tractors. It can definitely, in 10 years' time, it'll be very practical. At this point, it may seem kind of far out there, but it really won't be at all. The only thing is, it will take a lot of electricity. You're talking about chargers that are 1,000 kilowatts apiece. And I don't know how many of you guys know that much about it, but that's a lot. It's a lot. So it may take perhaps miles of transmission line, probably not that much, to bring that much power
Go ahead,
to the
though.
site.
Do you want to wrap up?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
On Zoom. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning and thank you. My name's Maureen Nelson. So, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. The landfill expansion, we have already been around that pole many a times, and it was determined that we didn't want the landfill expansion. We don't want out-of-county trash. I understand we have our own trash. I get that. But I also know from walking the neighborhood that people are not educated on what is compostable, what is recyclable, and what is truly trash. We need to educate our populace. I'm sorry I keep harping on this, but clearly that's lacking. To tell me, I was told personally, you have labels on your bins. Look at that. No, what is recyclable, what is compostable changes. And oh, by the way, those stickers aren't on my bins anymore because my bins go outside. So that's not educating our public. We need better education. We need to incentivize, and we need to let people know they have a major role in this. Our citizens can make a huge difference if they're given the proper education, tools, incentive to do so. To be putting organic waste into the waste stream is ridiculous. We need to be able to educate every single day. We can use the area that we have currently, and it will extend its lifetime as we reduce what is being put into the trash route. I know we can do this. I know it's a big push, but that's where we're at. We need to start living in the era that we're in and stop burying everything into the ground. Thank you for your time.
You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Bridget Bowman Thorpe. I just heard your presentation. Thank you for it. So I am a member of the Don't Dump on San Benito, and I have dealt with Waste Connection for 3 years. I was really surprised
that they are offering now a 300-ton offering to continue the landfill. I'm very suspicious because on 300 tons, they're not making much money. I doubt they probably will lose money, and I think it's just a way to, in the future, expand it anyway. So that's my takeaway from it. And Waste Connection is on the hook, is in agreement for post-closure contract. Once the landfill expansion lifetime will be done in 13 years, they have to close and monitor the landfill for 30 years. That means they have to take care of the landfill gas. I just want to remind people that right now we're still having a huge methane gas pollution at the landfill. It gets burned off to CO2. You have metric tons of CO2 pollution from the landfill. And every landfill produces methane gas, which also is a high fire danger, by the way. And we heard from Chiquita landfill, it had an internal combustion. So I think there needs to be a lot of education with the public. We need to focus on reducing our garbage. Maybe start with stopping the plastic bags. We cannot continue expanding landfills, especially to close to schools, close to new developments. I'm very afraid that once Waste Connection gets a new contract, that it will open the door for eventually for a big expansion. So I'm highly suspicious because they're not making any money. So that's my takeaway about this presentation. Thank you. We need to work on educating the public about reducing our garbage. Thank you.
In Chambers, we have Elia.
Thank you. Good morning. I wasn't going to speak because it was just a presentation, but listening to the speakers, I thought I'd come up here and say a couple of things. First of all, let's start off with methane. Humans emit roughly 400 million metric tons of methane a year. Those are just humans. So what are we going to do about that? Integrated waste management already does a fantastic job in this community to get the community informed and the community engaged in the programs that they have out there, from recycling, from the electronics, to the mattresses, to shredding. So they do all these a year. Recology also twice a year will come to your home, no charge whatsoever. You call them up and they will come in and they will pick up large items for you at no cost. And it doesn't cost any money to take a mattress to the landfill. It's just disgusting to see mattresses out on the side of the road when there's no fee for it. I really appreciate the fact that you're willing to work with someone who's already local. I mean, I actually rooted for that a few years ago before Recology got the contract. But one of the things that I did not hear, you may have said it, but I did step aside for a second, is what's going to happen with Cell 1. I haven't heard anybody from Hollister say, that they are responsible, but I have not heard yet. It's not been placed on any agenda, no public comment on when they're going to start cleaning that up. They are responsible for that, not San Benito County. And I would like to see San Benito County's ad hoc committee bring forth what are the discussions when that's going to be start to clean up. People are the calls right now, the two females that spoke are talking about, the dangers of out there of this toxic waste and all this other stuff. Well, let's start with the City of Hollister's responsibility to clean up that Cell 1 out there. And again, I appreciate the ad hoc committee continuing its discussions on what to do with the landfill. It's not about what we're going to do for the next 10, 15 years. It's what we're going to be able to do for the next 100 years in this community. Thank you.
We have one more speaker. Mike.
Good morning.
Board. I'm Mike Kelly, and in full transparency, I work for Recology, Recology South Valley, Recology San Benito County. I'm the general manager there, but I'm here today as a resident of San Benito County. I've been a resident of San Benito County for over 25 years. So I want to just let you know I appreciate the fact that you're considering expanding the landfill. A transfer station will be very costly, and I understand in the past, one of the arguments against the expansion of the landfill was all the vehicles going up and down. The transfer station won't necessarily change that, as described earlier. You're going to have vehicles coming in and vehicles going out. So that's not going to save the traffic in San Benito County. Additionally, 10 to 13 years is a short time, but it's also a long ways away. So 10 to 13 years ago, I don't believe anyone thought we would not be accepting out-of-county waste at John Smith Landfill. Can we be confident that in 10 to 13 years, other local counties won't say, we don't want out-of-county waste coming to our counties as well? At that point in time, we would have a pivot very quickly to understand how we're gonna keep our waste inside our county. I agree that the landfill should probably only accept in-county waste. I understand that's an interesting point. There are other options, but if in-county waste is what people want, I think it's critical that we have a solution for in-county waste for the long term. Thank you.
I see no further comments.
We'll bring it back to the board for questions and comments. Supervisor Zanger, it looks like you got something further, or does somebody else want to kick it
Well,
off?
it doesn't matter. I'll start her.
You clicked that green light, so I'm going to give it to you. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, thank you. Yeah, a couple of questions on the presentation. I thought we had some very rough costs for the transfer stations. Do we have that?
So yeah, we've been kicking around some rough costs. I would say probably 10, 12 million, really roughly, but we do want to hone in on those costs and be able to present something that we can feel really confident about to the board. And so that's our next step, is working on those costs.
Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, just to have a ballpark there, because I know in the past, the numbers being thrown around were like, I don't know, 30 million or something like that from, I think Waste Solutions was throwing out some numbers, but I think we found out it would be quite a bit less.
Yeah, so we have had a few discussions with Waste Connections. I think the numbers that were used in the past were drawn from the Santa Cruz County facilities, and that site has 2 transfer stations they're developing. And I think there's just, a misunderstanding that 30 million was not for one landfill, one transfer station, but for the 2.
Right, and I know we don't need to get into the weeds of it, but there's some funny way the math works out with the Santa Cruz, with the way that it's hidden basically in other taxes. And so I know that it's not, you can't really just compare apples to oranges there as far as the transfer stations. So thank you for that. I just want to reiterate, this is a pretty huge change in the proposal for in-county only. I mean, that's giant. I mean, the issue before, a lot, obviously, don't dump on San Benito implies that, other counties coming in, that was the issue. And so an in-county only expansion is something I think worth exploring. I think it is worth exploring, and I don't know, we have to hear the details. I don't know, if that's going to be the ultimate solution or how it's going to work out, but I think it's definitely something worth exploring. I think it is worth exploring the transfer stations further to figure out where we want to go with that. But I think it could be very beneficial to add some life to our landfill while we get a longer term solution, because we're here in these, 10, 13 years. Time flies. Time seems to fly. So it might not be, it might be whether we go to the transfer station or not, giving ourselves some more wiggle room, some more breathing room with the time would be something I think worth exploring. Of course, we need to continue to educate the community. The shame is, I know there's only so much that can be done in cases because, I'm out in North County, and I find oil and mattresses and everything else just thrown out. And it's like, you can get rid of this stuff for free. So some people, I don't know how much can be done, but of course we need to continue education in general on the issues of household waste. And I would say regarding some suspicion I hear about with the landfill operator, I think the openness to a new contractual agreement, I think is really big in that department. I think that would really help with some of that suspicion potentially. I think that would be where we'd really want to make sure we really flesh things out and explore that, because a new contractual agreement, it basically would give a lot more opportunity to describe how we want to move forward and what the relationship we want to have is. And so I think that's very important as well. I'm interested to hear from the rest of the board, but those are basically my thoughts where I'm at. I think, both the transfer station and the in-county only expansion are things worth continuing to explore.
And Supervisor Curls, you were also on the ad hoc. Did you want to elaborate further?
I completely agree with Supervisor Zanger. I think, Selena and your team, you have enhanced education in our community. There's always room for more. Earth Day is right around the corner. We know that we have an educational issue, but it's not just our community. It's worldwide, not just, San Benito County. I think we've done a big start. It's a movement, it's a culture change, and being able to get people to understand that shifting what goes in a landfill versus what can be compost, but collaborating. I'm very supportive of the idea of having an extended conversation with collaborating locally with either RJR or any other organization that would like to work with us, because I think there's a combination of an expansion and keeping the height as a major concern and ensuring that the beauty of our county stays beautiful. But I think we can do it all together, and there's a way we can really start to educate the community with the recycling requirements that are moving forward and the composting requirements that are moving forward. So I'm not going to be a supporter of eliminating plastic bags, but understanding that if you put all your plastic bags in a plastic bag, it's recyclable. You just stick them all in there together, and then when it gets full, then you recycle it. I do understand there is an education component to this, but having this opportunity of being able to have in-county trash only, not relying on outside. My fear with outside, which I'm open to if that's where the board wants to go, with outside contracts with other counties, is that we're at their mercy. We need them. And that is a scary place to be. And I think having this opportunity with the potential in-county only is an opportunity we may not see for a long time. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Sotelo, would you like to go?
Sure, thank you. Both Supervisor Zenger and Supervisor Curro, I agree with their comments. I prefer to keep it local if we can. I am open to the regen tour, though. I think anything that I can do to further my understanding is beneficial, so I would be open to that tour. I also would be really open to touring a transfer station, or is there a transfer station at Regen, or is that just a landfill site? I couldn't tell from what was written on the thing.
Yeah, it's a material recovery facility, so they will have the sorting lines and not exactly like a transfer station, but it would be a great opportunity to see that. More locally is RJR Recycling right here in Hollister at a smaller scale. And then you heard from Mike with Recology, there is the transfer station at San Martin, which is in close proximity.
So I think I would like to take a look at like what a transfer station could potentially look like. It sounds like maybe the one that Recology is running in San Martin might be the closest to kind of what we're possibly looking at here.
Sangita had talked about Joel, I can never say the name, Halone transfer station, which is a operated by Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, and that would be about an hour drive. That's the tensile fabric building, and probably more what we're looking at this point.
Okay, I'd be open to looking at those, just to kind of seeing what our options are. But I think for me, the first preference would be if we can kind of keep it local, really planning for the long term, being self-reliant within our county. I agree, we never know what the forecast of other counties are going to be, and today they might be accepting out of county, but will they in 10, 20 years? And, what will the cost be? Can we keep it a lot more costly for our residents by keeping it local versus taking it out of county? And so I had questions on cost, but it sounds like you guys are not ready to have that conversation. So just to give direction today, I'm definitely in favor of kind of going the local route. So thank you.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Thank you. I'm hearing two alternatives here, the expansion or transfer station, but I'm curious on, I haven't heard anything else about what is happening around the world. What are other countries, cities, states doing? I know there's a lot of new technologies out there. I'd like to hear about some of those and can we do something that's more cutting edge? I know it's more expensive, but maybe it's a better solution long-term. So I want to hear more. Just hearing transfer station or expansion doesn't really do much for me.
Sengi.
I'm going to have Sengi to help me with this one.
I don't mean to put you on the spot today. I'm just saying, I know there's other alternatives out there, and I don't know if there's rules in the state that don't allow it, or in the U.S. or what, but maybe some other options of what's going on. I know a lot of them are creating energy out of their other facilities, so.
There are various alternatives, especially on the organic side. There's anaerobic digestion, there's composting, of course. That's one of the questions we did have, is how much would you like us to look into how alternative technologies might be able to address the San Benito County waste stream? And in our discussions with other agencies, particularly with Salinas Valley, they, I believe, are going to be putting out an RFQ to look at alternative technologies. What we've found so far is, because we have a limited feedstock, and so do the other agencies, that we might have to do a more regional, might make more sense on a regional level to do alternative technologies. And in that case, having a transfer station might be beneficial, because then you can perhaps combine with other agencies to put together an alternative technology that's cost effective. So if that's something that the board would like us to explore, we can certainly look more into those avenues, but we would need some direction on that.
Thank you. And again, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I just, the thought of we just keep burying trash doesn't really make much sense to me anymore. This, we're cavemen. There's so many other factors. I know there's monitoring, but let's acknowledge that we have water that can be contaminated and really create quite a bit of problems for us. So I would like to see more options. What's going on? I don't want to limit us to, we're a small little broke county, we can't do anything. Well, we can do things if we just start opening our minds to different and better ways.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Speaking of, it makes me think of a question. What would be a timeline? Because I'm of the essence that we should set goals on timeline and when we want to potentially make a decision. But I also think it makes sense to balance that we have 13 years, which will go by quickly. We have 13 years, and approaches in technology may change between now and 13 years from now. So, on one hand, I want to check this off the list and get community input and all that and set a reasonable timeline. But on the other hand, I think we do have to consider this whole world might change, and so what would be a range of a timeline? Let's just say we optimistically looked at a 1 year timeline as the low end to choose a direction, versus what would be the high end as far as, we don't want to go past this point because we've got to get moving on this sooner than later, sort of an idea.
Yeah, I think we would want to discuss with the ad hoc a little bit more and talk to our consultants to give you a better suggestion on timeline.
Okay, all I'm pointing out is I don't think we want to have this hanging over us necessarily if we don't have to, but I also don't want to make a mistake and do something that we regret later. Just putting that out there. I don't think almost anybody knows about this progress just because this is just a board meeting and we got an update from the ad hoc, which is much appreciated. I know they've been doing a lot of work. I do think this is a big issue. Being on the board, for the longest of the supervisors up here, I lived this from the day I stepped onto the dais, and I know everybody has, but this was just as contentious and engaged of an issue as anything that we're dealing with now, frankly. And so I do believe that outreach and education needs to be at the top of the priority list for this, and that the community needs to make this decision, not us. The community needs to make this decision. And, before that happens, and the community will make the decision if it's an expansion proposal, by the way, because it's legally required at this point. Just got to put that out there, that Measure A was approved and that a landfill expansion would have to go to the voters for approval. In the meantime, we have to do our best job to educate the community and to make, like I said, make that the top priority. It looks like we have viable alternatives, but I agree with Supervisor Velasquez. I would like to at least, I don't know how much time goes into exploring potentially unfeasible technologies, but if there is anything on the fringe or closer, I think we should at least have that conversation. I think it's our responsibility to our community to at least explore everything that's out there that's reasonably viable. I appreciate what we have here today. I don't want to diminish what we have in front of us because we have taken significant steps forward with what we have here today. And I'm really, I'm eager to move forward, and I'm appreciative of the ad hoc and staff for getting to this point, because this is a lot of progress compared with where we were, a couple years ago. And as far as the full disclosure of options, transfer station, landfill, we have to explore, I know you are aware of this, but just when we get into the education and outreach, all the logistics that are involved with it, to explain this to the public. Traffic studies, I think some level of a traffic study is going to be necessary, whether you do I'm sure that's going to come through an EIR process either way, but whether you do an expansion or a transfer station, I'm hearing already concerns about traffic, which I think are legitimate concerns when you talk about a transfer station, because one of the biggest reasons why we're sitting here today and there wasn't a very large expansion for out-of-county waste was the concern about traffic. That was at the top of the list. Of course, there are other concerns, but the traffic of all those trucks coming in and out of the community, to me, what I've heard as a representative to this point is that was really the primary concern. So logistics, the cost for the local government, I know you're aware of this, just put this out in public so people are aware that this stuff will be worked on in the coming months. What the cost to the local government, the taxpayers would be, what the cost to the consumer potentially would be, who is paying those monthly bills to essentially offset the costs. And I'll make it very clear. Appreciate Supervisor Curro saying it's up to the board. Of course, it's up to the board to put something on the table and for the voters, but I have no interest. I think we need to shut the door on out-of-county waste. That we've had that debate. The community is loud and clear. They do not want us to be a place where out-of-county jurisdictions and residents dump their trash. That needs to be, to me, taken off the table completely. We've had that debate already. There's really no need to explore that. I will say, though, that I'm very intrigued by, I'm intrigued by all the options, but I'm particularly intrigued. Of course, we're going to get feedback from the public on this option of an in-county expansion, considering just the basics that we know at this point. With transfer station brings a certain level of complications. But I've always said from day one that, first of all, we have to make a decision if we're going to do an expansion on what's best for our community first. And I've always said that the operating agreement is just as important as the concept of an expansion or whatever we do into the future. Do not let go of this the operator has put it on the table that they're willing to talk about the operating agreement. We need to make that a priority. The operating agreement, in some senses, if I invite people to go and look at the operating agreement, because a lot of the issues that people have with the landfill are basically, they come from the operating agreement. The operating agreement is something that definitely needs to be amended as far as I'm concerned. So I appreciate that the operator is willing to have that conversation. And then just Selena, you gave a nice report. Whatever we can do to start the process of maybe putting that into words for the public, putting out some sort of an update to the public on, because the presentation didn't include all of the information in your report. So if possible, I would like to see that first step of public outreach and just letting the public know that we're revisiting this issue, and that a lot of the things that you just said, if we could somehow put that into a press release or a presentation form so the public can see some of the details that were mentioned there, and just laying out the question marks, like the FAQ sort of thing about where we're at and what we have to do going forward. And then other than that, I would just say, I think we definitely need more clarification on transfer stations. And as far as the feedback part, I think I said in my piece about alternative technology that would fall into that looking at all options concept. So definitely let's take a closer look at alternative technology. I think the Regen tour makes a lot of sense. As Selena's aware, I've had this conversation at Monterey Air Resources, and Selena's taken charge on this issue and is working with Regen at exploring their gas collection technology in particular. So I think it would make sense to do that. And then continuing the discussion with the operator, additional options, just basically yes to all that. But I would like to have some clarity coming out of this today, as opposed to just having a presentation and saying this is what we're sort of looking at. What are the next steps? What can we reasonably communicate as a timeline, if there is one? Can we start now on outreach and putting together a plan for outreach? Because again, this is going to be a very public issue. The fact that we almost had no public speakers on the issue speaks for itself, that we now that this is back to the surface, we need to do a good job of really prioritizing outreach to the public. Town halls and all that are certainly, they're going to have to be on the table for this. And then just have a goal of when we may have more clarity. Even if the timeline is not, we're going to make a decision in 1 year or 5 years, to have a goal of having more clarity at some point so that we're continuing to move the item forward is something that I would ask for. That's all I have to say. Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, I can just address a couple things from the ad hoc perspective. Regarding the alternatives, we did explore quite a few, even which were, where we would put an anaerobic digested system. And, we looked at, I don't know where it is, over by Crow's Landing, and they're, incinerating their trash and whatnot. And preliminarily, it wasn't looking very promising for us. And so we just chose at that point to kind of direct our focus. But now that we have this out there, I'm happy to go back and try to explore things further and see what else is available, see something might work, or maybe something regional might work. So I just want to put that out there, that we did start to look into that. We just had shifted at some point because, things were changing with the conversations with the operator and whatnot. And the other thing I just want to say, because I guess I forgot to mention it, and Supervisor Kosmicki brought it up. Mentally, I've already sort of shut the door on the out of county because the community hated it so much. So I agree that I don't think the community has changed sentiment on that at all as far as out of county trash. I don't think they're interested in that. And as a result, I'm not interested in that. Believe that's everything. Oh, just also to tag along what he was saying, I do really want to get feedback, particularly from District 1. District 1 and I would say District 4 are primarily affected. We're all affected, but we're touching the landfill there. So I really would like to hear back from my residents, my constituents, to see what they think of these options. So please reach out and let me know, and I'm happy to do as much outreach as we can possibly do on this.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Curran?
I totally agree with Supervisor Zanger. I'm totally open to a town hall, any outreach that we can do. AB 1383, I think we need to keep realizing that there's an implementation process that's going to have to happen with organic waste and expanding. I mean, basically that's saying, and please correct me, Selena, if I'm wrong, that's expanding it down to South County for all compost. Compost would be county-wide. I think the biggest challenge we have when we did look at options is our lack of volume. The lack of volume of any one type of waste has been our biggest challenge. So I think a regional approach is going to be the best option for us. I'm really excited about the RFQ that's going out with Salinas, because that is going to start the conversation, because it's going to come down to, do we have enough to make it viable and doable? The biggest challenge with the low volume is the cost impact. You know, we can do anything for a price. It's the cost that was very staggering to me. So those are my only ending comments, but I'm excited for any direction the board would like to take us. And we do know any expansion would have to go to a vote of the voters. It's just, what direction would you guys like the ad hoc to take? When it comes to timelines, and next steps, I think what we're looking for is where you would like us to center our focus. And then we will hyper-focus not only on the cost, but the options of that item. And then when it comes to timelines, I don't have an end date on this. I do know this is an ad hoc, not a committee. So I know the county council may have, we can only do this for so long on that end, and it may have to turn into a committee or something. But making sure that the engagement with the public, understanding why we're going to start to move down a certain path with information is the most important. And not to kind of, because you brought up District 1, I will end District 4, just realizing there's a dead zone in South County of no service. And those residents are impacted by not having, trash service. So how does that work into the AB 1383, and what could that look like in the future? I think future technology is something that we have to kind of look at over the time. So maybe giving a small expansion option to the voters to be able to start to look at new technologies and how that new technology could fold into the long-term future plans could be the way to go. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further, so we have giving recommendations. We probably want to give consensus on, we have some feedback that the staff is looking for. The checklist is alternative technology research and feedstock study. Is the board in favor of continuing to explore those options? And I know Supervisor Velasquez expressed just basically wanting more on the table, even if it means having to check those things off the list so the public knows that we've publicly, the ad hocs are too, so that we've publicly looked at all possible options. I think to bring us more, basically, I think would be a wise approach. But is there consensus on alternative technology? I don't know why anybody would be against that. And then the Regen Monterey tour, do we want to do like a 2-2-1 tour? And what would be, so is it to look at the gas collection in particular, or to get?
Yeah, it would be to look at the landfill gas to energy facility as well as the material recovery facility, and really they have several other components to their site, so we could look at several of the facilities they have based on the interest of this board.
Supervisor?
I've been, so I'm good on the tour, and there's a video I think that showed a lot of that Selena had sent me that explained basically what they do. So I'm good on the tour, but you guys feel free.
I don't need the tour.
We can, staff can work with supervisors, the rest of the 3 supervisors, and work out schedules if there's a will to go on that tour. And then transfer station conceptual drafts we have here, giving feedback on transfer station. I think we've given feedback in a sense. Is there anything further on that? And then continue discussion with landfill operator on transfer station and landfill expansion costs and gate rates for Samuel County users. I think it's pretty clear we want to continue that conversation. Is that any objections to that? Definitely honing in on, like, just maybe the next time we come back, just trying to hone in a little bit more on the logistical, the pros and cons, logistics, pros and cons, transfer station versus landfill, and the costs that we as government institutions may face, and then I think the goal here is to have the lowest cost with the best service, obviously, and then what our consumers are ultimately gonna really care about is obviously their bills and what impact options may have on their waste bills. And then, any additional options the board would like staff to research and consider before we move on?
Can we move forward with some sort of intentional outreach effort at this point? Can we put that on the table? I don't know if it's a town hall or if it's, I don't know if it's just email, social media, whatever it is, but I don't know how you guys want to proceed with that.
Velasquez?
I would say we need more information before we do that, because we're gonna need to know true cost or better approximate cost of transfer station expansion, new technologies, so we can put those up, and then the public has a better idea. We did cover all these areas. Here's the price tags. Here's how it affects you. Something might be more expensive now, but might be a lot cheaper in the long run. So we have to know numbers. We have to be very clear of what's going on. Otherwise, people want to take the cheapest option and then come back a few years later and blame us for not thinking it through. So
Sounds good.
don't want to go there.
And is there a projected timeline on when we can come back with another update that hones in more on some of those details that may lead to being able to take that next outreach step?
I think we could come back before the end of the fiscal year. So before the end of June. Sangita, does that
So 3 months?
Yeah, for like transfer station. Yeah. So for the transfer station and the expansion cost, we'll be able to hopefully come back with some of those numbers, and then we could provide an update on any of the alternative technology research and feedstock that we have available at that time. And we'll be meeting with the ad hoc kind of through those next few months to share the data and the details with them before we bring it to the board.
So again, I would rather have all the information. What's the alternatives? What does that cost? What does it look like? How does it take us down the path 20 years from now, 50 years from now, rather than just taking care of transfer station and expansion? Let's cover it all, and then we can get to the point of the public saying, we like this structure better.
Supervisor Curl?
So the question is, how far do you want staff to go? Because this is where I think Supervisor Zanger and I started to feel a little uncomfortable, because if you want us to go down the path of a transfer station, full out cost, more hard numbers, as opposed to an estimate between 10 and 12 million, which site, because it makes a big difference. The site that's much smaller has a lot of construction challenges because of the hillside. The other site would be much larger, but has better flow. So kind of if we could maybe narrow down the location for the pricing of that, do you even feel comfortable with it being a transfer station in that area? Would you prefer a transfer station maybe more central to town so the trucks aren't going up there, which then opened the door to where did we have the zoning? Is that correct? We were talking about
M2, M3
the M2, M3 zoning, and we looked at different locations that were available in the county with M2, M3 zoning. And unfortunately, it pushes it where, when we're talking about wind, it pushes it where it's on the other side of the county wind-wise, and that was a concern. If we're talking about smell and stuff. So I think what we kind of need as an ad hoc is we can get harder numbers, but we need to actually know, do you want the transfer station to be up at the landfill, or do you want the transfer station in a lower lying area? Because that makes a big difference on the contract estimate.
I think you figured out at the larger property, because you always have growth, and that's the issue. Sometimes you look at well, this one's cheaper, again, but then 20 years down the road, you're like, oops, we should have had a larger facility. And you incorporate those numbers. That's what we look at. They might be high, but that's what we're looking at to get started, and then we come back and again, give the information to the public, and they'll help us decide. There's, as you know, 100 different ways to go about this, but we have to just say, here's transfer station at this larger location, what's it going to cost approximately? Here's the expansion at the landfill, here's what's going to cost, here's alternative energy, alternative methods of doing this, here's what's gonna cost, here's how it's gonna affect your bill, and here how it looks long-term for our ratepayers, but also for the environment. So these are all important factors. I'm not looking for something, I don't think any of us are, is exactly precise because we can't do that. Next year is next year. What's the approximates right now?
And I want to belabor this, but at what point would we get into the environmental impact analysis? I mean, I know there's an EIR process, but as far as including that into the discussion about what, because this is a very long-term direction that we're going to be choosing. And so the environmental impacts is going to be, it goes without saying, going to be central to this discussion. There's cost, there's also the environment. So at what point do we do more of an analysis on the environmental side of it?
So typically that would be as part of when a project applicant, in this case, I guess would be the county, would submit the project, it's moving forward with the project, and then an EIR would be done. So if we wanted to do some of that analysis prior to an application being submitted, I guess we could look into that. And
is there any other like lower level, is just to put it in basic terms, an analysis that we can do of the transfer station, because we're going to be choosing a direction. And so transfer station is going to bring traffic, it's going to bring X, Y, and Z, whereas the landfill expansion, is there any sort of base level analysis that we can do?
Okay, Sangeeta's recommending.
Hi, good morning, board. Yes, we could just work on an initial study checklist to kind of scope out what the impacts would be and approximate that cost for you.
I just think that should be part of the discussion. If we can't just bring this forward and say, this is the way this is what's gonna cost. I think it would make sense to at least give some information on what general impacts to the environment each option might have as well before we potentially choose a direction.
Yeah, we absolutely can do that for you, not a problem.
That's of interest to the rest of the board, yeah. Go ahead, Supervisor Sotelo.
So you're not asking then for direction on location of a transfer station today then? Because I heard we were kind of talking about it. I guess I'm a little bit uncomfortable in talking about that quite yet and giving a for sure definite location, just because I would want to make sure that we're exploring kind of what are the impacts in the different locations we're talking about, but also work with the public on, presenting some of this information and getting a real feel for where the public would like some of this stuff. So I feel like there's a lot more information that we need to gather, and then there's some real, kind of honest conversations that we need to have together with the public on what the public kind of would like to see and what they're willing to kind of accept and move forward with. So I don't know that I'm ready to give a real direction on, for the ad hoc, which site for transfer station. Sorry.
Supervisor Zinger and then Velasquez.
Yeah, so I think from the ad hoc's perspective, we just were seeing if there was any kind of narrowed focus we could kind of move in on. But it doesn't really seems like we just kind of continue exploring basically everything we've exploring, but just flushing it all out a little more.
I think the community and on the decision makers need a little bit more information on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, just to clarify, I think we'll just
Numbers
continue
and
proceeding
impacts.
with everything.
Come back in 3 months and just hone it down a little more so that we can, is that okay? Supervisor Curro?
My biggest challenge is just making sure that we're giving you accurate numbers based on a theory, not a reality that we're selecting a site. But I agree with Supervisor Velasquez that we need to look at long-term. So I agree, don't look at the cheaper site, look at the more expensive site that's larger. Let's break down those numbers. That price there could be moved almost anywhere in the county. But having that be our focus so that we know we're kind of looking at a theory and what that theory is. I think that's the biggest challenge for staff, is that there are so many options of what it could be. We could be throwing numbers all over the place on all these different sites. But I like the direction of Supervisor Velasquez, because it gives us a base location with a base cost that then we could reallocate anywhere in the county.
Is that enough direction for 3 months from now? Appreciate it. Great work by the ad hoc staff. We're getting a little bit closer, so.
Thank you.
Anything further on that? We went to public comments, so that would take us to, item 2.2, consider approving contract with Tucker Construction for encampment site cleanup services in the amount of $215,000, along with, other items, and totaling an amount of $352,000 for the San Benito River encampment site cleanup.
Good morning,
And we
Mr.
have
Chair.
Manny Gonzalez.
Manny
Good morning.
Gonzalez from the County Administrative Office. We are moving forward as you heard a presentation last month on February 25th with an update on where we are with the homeless encampment issue. And before you today is a contract with a vendor that was utilized through a process that they're currently contracting with cities and cities up in the San Jose area. So we've been able to utilize an existing contract and modify it to accommodate our needs. So before you have a contract that has been prepared. The other items on there is the budget adjustment to make sure that we move the money to where the appropriate departments can utilize it so that it can hire staff and do that. So with that, Selena's here to answer any questions on the contract itself, if you need any questions, but that's really all we have.
Thank you, Manny. We'll go to public comment and we'll come back for questions and comments.
In chamber, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, we have Elia Salinas.
Good morning. I was quite surprised to see this. I knew it was coming up that we're going to do something about cleaning up down there. But Cheer was never contacted, and that's one of our local people, companies, nonprofits that do a lot of work in the area. They did the work in the jungle, which is up in Santa Clara County, the Guadalupe River. And so one of the most important things I would ask before you please sign this is if they have experience, can you contact the city of San Jose or Santa Clara County, the Water District, or the county itself? What were their deliverables when they did this process in Santa Clara County? It is my understanding that the city of San Jose spent out millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to clean out the Guadalupe River, and the only person or the only company that came back and showed deliverables was Cheer. They showed exactly how much trash they took out of there. They showed exactly how many people that worked on the project. And these are the companies to this day have not provided where the money went to. So please be aware of that. I would ask that you please get more information. Just because they tell you that they've done something does not mean that they were not one of the companies that received money and did not show the work that they did. This happens a lot. For whatever reason, the government doesn't hold you accountable for getting all this money. And San Benito County does not have a lot of money. This is a lot of money for San Benito County. I mean, you keep saying we don't, you need to tighten up your belts and do all this stuff. Well, if you're gonna give out a contract of $250,000 plus more money for the other budget, we're talking about $500,000 here. You could have Cheer do this on a volunteer basis, and you could donate a lot less money to Cheer to do this. And after they do this, when Cheer does this, what they do is they still go back out there and they keep it clean. What is in Tucker's contract? Does that say, is it a one-time deal that they're gonna come in and they're just gonna clean? Are they also gonna come back and continue to keep it clean? Because that's what Cheer does as a nonprofit. What does Tucker Construction do as a for-profit? And that's what it is. It's for-profit, and they need to be accountable. You need to get some more questions, some answers, please.
I see no further comments.
Great, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments. Start with Supervisor Curl.
My biggest concern was in looking at the city of Santa Clara. it was actual scope and what they accomplished. So I guess it would be measurables. How are we going to hold them accountable for what they're doing? In going through the contract, I will say I like the contract in the sense that it says what everyone's roles are. My biggest concern with this is, have we looked at all options, and is this going to be the most fiscally responsible? I can't answer that because this is basically a piggyback contract, I believe is what they call it. We're piggybacking on another jurisdiction. So if have we spoken with the city of Santa Clara or any other jurisdiction on what their experience was with Tucker?
We did not directly speak to the city of Santa Clara, but the city of Santa Clara has been in several other jurisdictions within the Bay Area, have been in contract with this company since 2008, 2005.
Yeah, my biggest concern is just if they're happy with the services. Because when I went on the website to see, it doesn't even show them as the current contract. It said that it expired in 2023. So they must have renewed it after that, and they just haven't updated their website. I tried to reach out to Santa Clara. I wasn't able to find anybody that I could speak to on this. So thank you.
And just to add, we did review other contracts and RFQs that the county council provided us, and this was the lowest rates that we found.
Anything further? We're okay on the question and answer on that part. Supervisor Velasquez?
Yeah, I do have some questions. So I'm new to what we're doing here, but I'm trying to understand this contract goes through 2028. So is this coming back several times to keep cleaning up different sites, or what's going on? How many sites are there that we're trying to clean up?
So we've done 2 site visits already with Tucker Construction, and based on their site visits not really being fully deep in the riverbed, we anticipate this amount will be a test period, and we'll probably not clean up the entire riverbed, unfortunately. So we're going to be seeing how far along we can get with this amount, $215,000, and coming back to the board with a presentation update and potentially an additional request.
So, and again, that's kind of why I'm asking, how many different locations, what are we talking about here? I know we did a cleanup when I was with the city, and it was a pretty large cleanup, and it took us, I think, we had to clean it within 2 weeks using our own staff and equipment. So what is it we're looking for here that's going to cost $215 and take a few years to do? And that's what I'm worried about. Part of this whole issue with cleanup is you have to go in and clean up and then monitor to make sure it doesn't happen again. Once you allow it to set up again, it will happen. People mentioned San Jose, Santa Clara. There were entire cities along the river. It's a whole different deal. It's not what we're dealing with here. We are dealing with encampments, but not to the point now where it's literally hundreds and hundreds of, no, thousands of people. We're talking, 100 plus probably out along the rivers, but it takes a effort to do it at one time, not going back and forth. What happens later is monitoring it so the setup doesn't happen again. So I want to hear something that we're going to be done in 1 month, not 3 years, because I know the outcome of that.
Sure. I do not think, I think it's going to be longer than 1 month for this cleanup. It will probably take, 3 months, 3 to 4. But as far as long-term presence, this contractor, this is not for that work. The Board of Supervisors approved a sheriff deputy that would have consistent presence in the riverbed, I believe, 5 days a week during the work week. And so that position that is part of the budget adjustment will support that, keeping that riverbed clear.
Right, but that's another number. Now we're talking 352.
No, that, the
together.
sheriff deputy, I think was 150?
They're all together.
130 of that 352. So the 215, the 130, and then there's additional cost for purchase of Connex boxes to store personal property from the riverbed. That's something that we've never done. I don't believe the city of Hollister has done before, and that is per our purchasing, our encampment cleanup policy to now store personal property that's within our list of items for up to 90 days.
So the city did store some of the
Okay.
belongings for a set time. And that's the other question I was going to ask you. Have you reached out to the city? How are they working within or together on this? Because you have issues of, if you're looking at 4th Street, south of 4th Street through Apricot is city. North of the bridge, 4th Street Bridge, is county. A lot of the encampments, they know exactly what the rules are, so they'll switch from one side to the other depending who's doing the cleanup. So if it's not a partnership, it creates an issue because people do know where to go. So you're gonna have that shift to the south of the 4th Street Bridge. And I know on the north side, you have people on the north side of Union Bridge, but there's some areas you go south of the bridge, but if you go north of the bridge, then you have some private areas. So all these little pieces matter. Otherwise, you're just gonna get people shuffling from side to side, and we're not gonna get that full cleanup. Find ourselves frustrated. And I wanna make sure if we're gonna do something, we do it once, we do it right, and then get the help people need to move on.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Velasquez, I have been in contact with the city manager of Hollister, and I will keep him abreast of, he knew we were bringing this item to the board, so we will stay in contact with the city to make sure we coordinate everything we can. So yes, we're anticipating coordinating with the city on as much as we can. And this is just the beginning. I think that, the staff was trying to comply with the board direction on doing something about this issue. So this is our attempt at starting. It's not perfect, but we're gonna try and figure out, what's best for the county and especially for the residents that are going to be, impacted. So we wanna make sure that we take enough time to notify the persons that are gonna be impacted. We're looking at, if we approve this item today, we're scheduled to meet and get together so we can hopefully start the cleanup the third week in April, the week of April 21st, if everything goes well. So again, this is we're just starting, and we will have to come back and I'm sure that we'll find other issues that we're gonna have to deal with, so we'll have to come back, because again, this is just starter money. I think this is not, I don't think this is gonna be the thing to clean everything up, but again, we're just trying to be responsive to the board direction on trying to bring back something as quickly as possible to address the issues, to start at least addressing it, and we'll come back at a later date. Hopefully that answers your question.
I appreciate it, and the thing is, I have been through this many, many times, working on this exact issue, and this is why I'm bringing it up, because exactly what happened was, as the city cleaned up, the shift just went across the bridge and set up again. So it's critically important to have that partnership as you start this, because you will have that problem instantly, and then we're gonna all be very frustrated going in this circle here. And then I kind of want to know, how many campsites are we looking at here? Because again, done right, we could really be pretty effective quickly, or we're going to find ourselves not really seeing the results of this and then having to face, the issue happens, here's how the issue happens. We clean up county side, they shift to city side. City side cleans up, people shift back to county side. And there we are again. That's what I want to make sure we're going to avoid, and we're going to have that, because without the partnership with the city, it's going to be very tough to succeed in what we're trying to do here. And I do appreciate everybody's got to this point here that we're having this conversation. It's something I've been passionate about for years. I just want to make sure when we do it, we have more success with it and not experience the problems we had in the past. So I personally just need more information. It's a little, again, how many campsites are there? What are we looking at for $230,000 or $215,000?
Sheriff Taylor?
Sheriff.
Sorry, just jumping in real quick. I feel like a little bit we're getting the band back together. I think you and I were on the Heart team early on when we were splitting off into Heart A and Heart B and trying to get on top of this stuff. And so it's nice to have you back as part of the conversation. I think that's where a lot of your concerns are coming from, which I share with you. As the ad hoc, and when we were going through this, we talked a lot about everyone's just going to move back and forth. So just to get you caught up a little bit as to what the back end conversations have been, we do have a patchwork of private property. Some people believe in the state that the river bottom's actually privately owned, only in the San Benito River because of mining rights. We have county parcels, city parcels, rights of way. It's crazy and it's huge. And so one of the things that I was blessed by this board is that when we were talking about keeping an eye on making sure that these encampments don't come back, was getting the position for deputy sheriff, which we have just recently selected Corporal Simpson to head that. And so Corporal Simpson will no longer be Corporal Simpson. He'll now be Parks and Trails Deputy Simpson. And he will be on top of, once the cleanup gets started, he'll be on top of what's going on down there. What I had asked the board, or been trying to be very transparent about, I don't want the deputy to be restricted to only county parcels. They're gonna have to be able to go on private property, go on city parcels. And so we talked a little bit early on about, let me paraphrase, let's worry about the back end billing later. If we're gonna come back after private property owners and have them contribute to the cleanup, the most important thing is to go and clean this up. Once we get it cleaned up, we can come back. We talked about doing a one-off, doing it one time and then going after property owners next time. So some of where this money came from in this contract is like, let's get started. And then we can have internal conversations as a county and as a city as if we want to go back and pass that cost on to the property owner. A lot of these property owners, they don't want these people on their property. They're absentee property owners. Some of them don't live in this state. So we have sent trespass letters out to everybody. We're going to be uploading those into Acela or ArcGIS, so that our staff will know that they have permission by the property owner to go on that private property to enforce trespassing. And then with the passage of Prop 36, which even in this county passed by almost 71% of the voters in this county alone, 70% in the state of California, kind of speaks to what Supervisor Kosmicki has been frustrated about for so long, which is the criminal activity that goes along with some of this and our ability to affect change through sanctions and punishment, really, which is now Prop 36 will give a pathway to treatment. So these all things coming together at the same time. It's not perfect, but I just want you to know, like, exactly what you're expressing has been on the forefront of my mind. The concern, we're just pushing this problem around. I think we have the best solution as short term. We work really well with the city. They have come to our meetings. I think we're all on the same page. And if anything, the city's done more cleanup effort in the last few years than the county has. Yeah. And that's a tribute to them and their code enforcement. I don't know if that helped at all, but.
It helps, and you're right. You and I we've been down in that river so many times and going through this. As you point out, the city has done more cleanup, but I want to make sure when we start to clean up that the city is there to do their part too. Otherwise, we're going to have this immediate problem. Or are we cleaning up the city section also? What happens for 215 in 1 month? Somehow they clear it all up in 1 month. Is that still 215,000? Or is that a lower price? What's going on?
Yeah, just before I step away, I just want to make sure that our staff and the contractor knows when we started this bridge and we moved to that bridge, I don't want them worried about what part of the ground they're standing on, because it's just going to it's not going to work. We can talk about the billing on the back end, that's my opinion, but I understand 100% what you're saying. Go ahead.
We're really not sure how far along we're going to get along the riverbed. What we do know is we're starting closer to where the 4th Street Bridge is, making our way upstream. And so we're going to pilot. This is a new policy for us. It's new procedures, all staff, Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, the Sheriff Department, Code Enforcement, everyone's going to need to be trained on the tools we're using and the process, following the encampment cleanup policy. And so we're going to test this out within a phased approach and see how far along we can get with the funds that have been allocated.
I'm going to repeat the same question. So I'm just having the concern as you start. I figured you're probably starting on 4th Street. You come to the bridge. Are we going to take care of the city's portion of property through Apricot, or are we not?
We're planning to contact the city, and they have previously expressed, the willingness to collaborate and coordinate with us on these cleanup.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's an agreement, a coordinated effort, because there's literally a house in the middle of the river down there. a well-built house. So, I mean, it is a lot of work, but just want to make sure we're very clear on this so we succeed.
And then we were just discussing, I think we did one sweep just to take a kind of a census, and I think we had about over 100 to 160 campsites down there.
Okay.
Camping areas.
Right.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Okay.
Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I haven't dealt with this before, so this is a little new, but from my understanding, so we have the contractor, they're gonna clean up the county's portion, and they're not gonna clean up the city's portion, but the deputy, I mean, he'll go into the city. I mean, as far as I understand, you can't live in the river in the county or the city, right? And so there's nothing stopping him from walking over the line and saying, hey, can't stay here either, right?
Correct. The sheriff's office serves the entire county of San Benito, including the city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. We can go on city and enforce rules there. We can't enforce city municipal code unless they deemed us enforcing officers, but anything outside of that, trespassing, other crimes, yes, we can go there, and we will.
Okay, so say we clean up our portion, and then everyone moves over the line to the city. I guess at that point, that would be the deputy would be the key there, because he would be the one that's, okay, well, you can't set up camp right here either, because I don't know what the city has in mind as far as actual like cleanup, like hauling. Do we know if they have a contractor like this, or they're looking at anything like this, or does anyone know?
I understand the city uses their public works staff, and they're trained to conduct the cleanups, and they actually do a lottery because they get paid additional per cleanup. So they lottery it, and staff is selected based on the lottery.
Okay. So then back to Sheriff Taylor then. So do you foresee this, like, how do you see this working if we clean up our half and then they move over, and then the deputy, I guess ideally would say, no, hold on, you can't set up here either. Do you see that being effective at all?
I see that really being our only option, and that's going to be the expectation of the deputy sheriff. I remember, like, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, you asked, like, before, should we just put a desk down there for him? It's a vast area. It's larger than a lot of city beats of service is the San Benito River. So, if we get to a point where the deputy is doing such a great job that it's been eradicated and that's no longer a problem, they'll be steered to other things such as illegal dumping, South County patrol, stuff like that, other parks and trails as the system expands, whatever. But I really think the lion's share of this deputy sheriff's work is going to be in the San Benito River, to be honest with you, and it's going to be staying on top of this and enforcing criminal activity and making it an uncomfortable place to be. So, and that's city parcels, private property, and county parcels. It's just, there's no other way for it to work unless we release Deputy Simpson to just go out there and stay on top of it. Yeah. And I think that it's in our best interest, and I think we do have a great, on the line level, in administration, we have a great partnership with the Hollister Police Department. If we need their help, they're going to come and help us. It's just that we're the only one that's going to have a dedicated person to be there, because we now have a four-wheel drive Jeep, so they're going to be able to get in and out of there if they need to, but they're not going to be expected to respond to a call for service in Aromas when they're down deep in the middle of the river. Our problem right now is we only have 3 deputy sheriffs working. If you have a couple of them down in the river and they need to get out of there, it's not easy to get out of there. So by having someone with quad, side-by-side Jeep, this will be a news to our high school, but I'm going to talk to them for some space to put some of our vehicles and maybe have some workspace for deputy over there to have quick access down, so we're not responding from the office all the time. We're down in that area.
So he actually will have an office there, basically.
Yeah, well, not in the river, but somewhere close to it. Yeah. So that's what I envision. The only way that this is going to work is if, like Supervisor Velasquez is saying, once the cleanup is done, someone needs to stay on top of it, and we need to get on top of it immediately. And I think that once the bulk of the cleanup happens, by extending this contract out, these one-offs are going to be much less expensive, because we're going to see something, get on top of it, clean it as we go, and not let it take root. You talk about this, there's bunkers out there that are vast. And back when Sheriff Thompson was here, the first time I ever had a front door slammed in my face at an encampment was under the 4th Street Bridge. There was an upstairs, and a front door. So it's incredible what happens down there when we're not paying attention.
Did you want to add something?
I do, and I've just heard something more, and again, we can tell stories all day long about what we found on the river. But you had mentioned something about the city and the employees are trained for it. Have you spoken to the city about maybe giving them the contract to do the cleanup so they can do their cleanup at the same time?
We have not.
Would that be an option
can
because that way they're willing to work their side, our side together, and they know it well because we've gone through it so many times. Just might be a better option.
Yeah, we can certainly have those discussions.
And just to clarify, the 3 years that 25 through 28, so we assume this will take, I think you said around 3 months. That's your estimate to do the...
We really do not know. I mean, weather changes everything. Again, this is our first time implementing the policy.
So 1 to 6 months, right? We have a range at least, right? That seems reasonable?
That's our estimated range right now, yes.
Okay, but then just to understand clearly the contract, for everyone to understand, the 3 years is they come back as needed?
So that will be up to the board. We will come back and we will have recommendations. It could be maybe the city wants to partner with us on using city staff, or perhaps we look at Herman Garcia with Cheer again. The reason we didn't move forward with that is because they didn't have the trainings that we were looking for and per our policy. You know, we will come back to the board with options, and you might want to continue this contract, adding more funds to support cleanups, you know, throughout the unincorporated county.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm in favor of moving forward with this contract to get things started. However, I would like to see us reaching out to the city, seeing if they're interested in partnering with us and possibly their public works department, providing some of the cleanup if they're already experienced, and kind of keeping it local and working on it kind of collaboratively, as well as Cheer. With this contract to get us started, I'm good moving forward. However, I wouldn't want to commit to 3 years. And I think even at the $215,000 is, you know, I guess I worry looking at this contract, it just doesn't seem like the $215,000 is going to make a dent in kind of what we need. And so I'm worried about having a 3-year contract at $215,000 that reasonably they're going to have to come back. You know, we'll have amendment 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'd rather kind of just do this more of a short-term contract and get us started, and then figure out how we can work with the city and Cheer maybe moving forward would be ideal in my mind. So thank you.
Manny, did you want to respond to that?
I'll reach out to the city and ask that question. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I agree with Supervisor Sotelo in a sense that I don't want to give the expectation that this is a 3-year process. We want to get this done as quickly as possible. But you were saying, sorry.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I think the 3 years gives us flexibility, so we don't have to come back. But I mean, if you're comfortable with shortening that, I mean, that's up to you as a board. But again, this gives us flexibility moving forward again, because I don't think, you know, I think this, again, we're just starting. We don't know what we're going to encounter, so I'll leave it at that.
But the purpose of the 3 years, I can see her point. The purpose of the 3 years is ... because we don't want this to take 3 years. And
so the purpose of the 3 years was, you know, there might be additional cleanup needed in the future. So we're not expecting the cleanup in the riverbed to take 3 years, but there might be a encampment on force leaving. We've had issues as you leave Hollister to go to San Juan Bautista with encampments outside of the riverbed on unincorporated property. So this could be a contract for those efforts in the future, but any contract, we would have to bring any amendment to the contract with funds, we would have to bring back to this board for approval. So we're going to exhaust these funds in the next couple of months, maybe 1 month, and then at which point we would come back asking for more funds. So,
and there's a 60-day termination clause in the contract, so it's not something that we're stuck to necessarily. It's just the contract length you're saying gives flexibility. So I think everybody knows how I feel about this. The longer we wait on this and deliberate over the details, the longer that we put our citizens at further risk of fires and criminal activity and injuries and death. And we need to get this thing cleaned up like now. And every time I drive by that place, by the 4th Street area for the last 3-4 years, because I've been fighting this uphill fight, and now there's consensus on the board, which I'm so grateful for. But we committed to get this thing done quickly, and these things are complicated in a sense, so this could potentially take several months. As far as I'm concerned, that's that really should underscore that we need to approve this contract to get started, because the summer's around the corner. The fire season, some would argue, is year-round. The most dangerous points of the fire season are coming up really quickly here, and I'm just extraordinarily concerned about not only the quality of life that we have here in this community, the fact that this really is it sets a bad tone for our community when you drive into town and you see just garbage all over the place, and you see boats and cars and these encampments when you look off to the side. And I represent the west side, and I would love to see the city and the county just generally collaborate on really focusing on cleaning up the west side. And it really starts with the riverbed, because the west side should be a beautiful area of our community, and it can be. And but right now it's completely tarnished because of this. And so there's a quality of life, there's the aesthetics of this whole issue, and then maybe more than anything, the dangers that are involved with this and the environmental impacts that we have here. Everybody just loves to just not talk about, I know you talk about it all day, Selena, but the people that are against these sorts of cleanups, a lot of them tend to be more on the, let's be frank, more on the liberal side and environmentalists in a sense. So why does the environmental argument just go out the door when we're talking about cleaning up these riverbed encampments? I feel like taking care of our environment should be important to us, and we're allowing waste and toxins to be distributed throughout our ecosystem. And I see a lot of reasons why we need to be moving on this like years ago, if not yesterday, if not right now. And if you're saying it's going to take months, then we need to approve this contract and get started on this, as Supervisor Satella said. And in the meantime, look at this partnership with the city. Intergovernmental, I know, started the conversation. I don't know if you guys have been able to pick it up this year, but we started the conversation last year, and we need to drive home the point with the city of Hollister that you need to be on board with this, or else it's on you. If we're doing our part here, we're cleaning up our end of the riverbed, and we're committing significant limited tax dollars to cleaning up our community. And if you sit on this, then it's on you. And I have faith in the city. I think they're going to be fully on board. We just need to make sure we're communicating it and urging them to move forward as soon as possible, because to me, this is always an urgent issue, because you never know when the next shooting is going to happen. You never know when the next fire is going to start. You never know when somebody's going to lose their home or lose their life. And then we look back and we say, well, unfortunately we were haggling over details in the contract and we didn't get to it quite yet. So I just think we need to move. I think sounds like there's consensus here on the board. This isn't perfect, as Manny stated, but it's the best we can do right now. And I think it's just incumbent upon all of us to move forward on the contract. And of course, the sheriff's deputy goes without saying. We've already talked about that. So cleaning up now for our community is going to be a win for our community. I know our residents want us to do this now. They don't want to have us sitting here delaying process and government getting in the way sort of stuff. We need to do this now. And if we sit on this and continue delaying in sort of typical government fashion, then this is an abject failure, in my opinion. And so I'm hoping we have support to move forward with this and make adjustments as we go. If not, I'm going to insist that this comes back to the agenda, pretty much every agenda, until we start moving on it, because it's that important. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, now I would agree, it should come back. Again, I want to make sure we're doing this right. And without the city component, we're not. I can just tell you from experience, we're not. And it's gonna be back and forth. I just want to hear, and I don't think it's going to really take us any more time. I just want to hear back from the city if they're willing to accept these funds to do the cleanup, not only on our side, but do their side. and we'll keep working with us to continue to clean up to the other areas that are not in the city.
Mr. Chair, could I have some clarification? You're talking about moving these funds, the 215 to the city?
No, I'm asking, what would they charge us to do the cleanup? We're seeing, and maybe again,
Charge them.
maybe not their side. That'd be their deal. I'm asking, the 215 is for the cleanup,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Okay. I'm asking if they would clean up our side, not their side, because they'd have to be their
We have not
dollars.
approached the city about that, but I can. I mean, it's,
And then there's the other large, and I'm talking about the large encampments up front. That's where the sheriff understands this, where our big issues happen. And there's the south side of the Union Bridge. Is that the other large encampment? I'm just asking if we can look at these things, how fast they can move on something. If they can't, they can't. If this contractor is awarded this contract, how fast do they move to get set up? Is it happen next week, a month?
Mr. Chair, I can answer that, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Velasquez, as I mentioned to you right now, we have talked to the vendor. He can mobilize within a couple weeks, but we need to make sure our team's set up and ready to go. Plus, we also need to notice the area that we're going to be cleaning. So
Right.
that's what we're looking at right now. If everything works out well and we move forward as of today, I think we can get the cleanup started the week of April 21st.
Okay. If we use the contract, I do want to see a timeline. Project, the encampments will be cleaned out in 2 months or 3 months. I don't want it open-ended because that's what's going to happen. It's just going to drag on. Just want to make
Mr.
sure.
Chair, I think once they get in there, we can get a better idea of working with the vendor and how long it's going to take and how much it's going to be. Because again, this is just the beginning.
Okay, so it's kind of open in here, not to exceed.
Yes. Yeah, that's all we have right now.
And we can come with the timeline, then I'm okay with that. So we, again, make sure it's happening within a 2-month period. Because you're right, the fire season's going to start here real quick. And we know what happens to campfires along the river. And it costs a lot more for everyone.
And I understand the concern about getting it right. It's just being in this seat for 4 years and finally, 4+ years, and finally we're in the position where we can legally move forward without question. And we've been basically going through government process now already for, I don't know, when did the governor issue when did the Supreme Court directive? I mean, that was months and months ago. So I honestly feel like we should have been moving. And again, it's not on staff, but I just don't want government process to get in the way of doing what I know our residents want us to get done. And if the city of Hollister somehow for some illogical reason says that they don't want to address homeless encampments, I don't see how that really gets in the way of us stepping up and doing our part and putting pressure on them and saying, look, we're cleaning up our end of the river. Now it's your turn to pick up and, literally pick up the slack here and get it done. And I'm not being negative toward the city at all. Like, I think the sheriff mentioned, they've done probably more than we have. I don't see why we would let that hold up our end of this process.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for the holdup. I'm just saying, what are the timelines, making sure we're having that conversation with the city immediately, because that's the problem that's going to happen. So let's counter the problem now by moving on this. And it doesn't mean we don't start. It's just I want to see a timeline of the cleanup will be within 2 months or whatever that period is, so it doesn't extend. Well, we'll be back. We got another job somewhere else. I want to make sure if we're going to start, we finish.
Mr. Chair, if I could respond, with all due respect, I think the sheriff mentioned there's 160 encampments, something like that. So I don't think we can come up with a timeline. I'm sorry. I don't think, maybe someone.
I think if we proceed with the contract, if the board chooses to proceed with this, we could come back maybe with the timeline as a department head announcement at the next meeting, and it would be an estimated timeline again, because the contractor has not fully walked through the whole riverbed. We've stopped at certain sites, and so it really all changes depending on when you get inside. There's underground encampments, as I'm sure you've seen. We don't know how to tackle those, so it's going to be taking it step by step to, luckily they have a lot of experience, but it's staff's first time, doing a lot of these encampment removals, so.
if we approve the contract and then brought it back like we do with the roads on a monthly basis until we have more clarity, is that
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're
sensible?
staying with it.
Supervisor Curl, it seemed like you might have something.
I totally agree that we need to be looking at this in collaboration with the city, because we're just going to push the problem into the city, and then the city, if they keep doing it, it's going to just, if we're going to start from the north and work our way south, it's just going to keep pushing the problem south. I am very supportive of starting this, but understanding with our eyes wide open that this is just the tip of what it's going to cost to clean up the entire encampment, including county and city. So I'm totally open to this, keeping the humanitarian, point into consideration, which we've talked about a number of times, but measuring what we're getting and coming back to us with some real statistics of what we're looking at for the entire encampment cleanup. Because I think, and we have to be looking at it as a jurisdictional thing, not just county, not just city, but maybe the city can do their portion on their own. I don't feel like we can do our portion on our own. So if we're going to be working with the city, it's how do we make that agreement and that collaboration work, and we really measure how much this is going to cost, because this is the first investment in it with a sheriff's deputy, and that gives me hope, because this needs to be a long-term investment. This is not a once in or out. It's a long-term investment into our community, and I completely support it. The problem I also am wondering is, don't we have impact fees for these type of cleanup? I mean, this is all coming out of contingency is what the budget adjustment says. So there's no other funds that we have money set aside that are earmarked for cleanup that this could be shared with instead of just contingency?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Zinger?
Yeah, so it has been 9 months since the overturning of Martin v. Boise, and there's still a lot of trash down there. So I understand we want to do this right, and I also understand that we're probably never going to do things perfectly, and I don't want, perfect to be the enemy of good here. I want to actually get something done as soon as we can. So I want to just move forward with this, and I think we're, our sheriff, he mentioned the deputy's going to be there all throughout the river, regardless of where the visible lines on the map are. He's going to be there enforcing this to make sure that this doesn't just continually jump around. So I have faith in that, and that being said, I do want to move forward as soon as possible.
And just want to add that if there's a will for the board to, so the cleanup could start in a couple weeks, you said, I think?
Yeah, I think the contractor said the third week of April. So if the board was looking for a better estimate on, how much budget was spent and the timeline, I think it would probably be the first meeting in May that we could come back to the board with an announcement.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Manny, yeah.
And then as far as the communication it sounds like there's obvious consensus that this needs to be continually, brought to the top of the plate for the city of Hollister, and urging them like, hey, we're going to move on this. We're going to clean up these encampments, and guess where those folks are going to go if you guys don't move forward with something on your side. It's going to be right over there on the city side of it. And
Yeah, I think we'll be planning to talk to the city this week.
And then intergovernmental, is it still, can it be at the top of the
Yes.
list? Anything further?
No, just have the conversation with the city to make sure they're aware and they're moving forward, and then information from them on what they're willing to do some of this work for in the future, for what fee. And I'm pleased to hear the sheriff will be able to patrol the entire area and give notice on all areas, right? So that's really important part. So if we're starting here, but we're giving notice all the way through, that sends a message.
Do we need to do any noticing to the public, assuming we approve this, as far as, hey, we're moving forward of this, be aware of all the equipment or anything of that nature, or
just the sites?
We can probably use the PAO to send out some notices when we get closer to the date.
I think even letting the public know that we're addressing this issue and we're starting to address it is important.
Yeah, I think we can start something on that.
Okay. Anything further from the board? Would entertain a motion for approval?
So moved.
We have a first, do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez,
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
And we will take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
You don't want Herman Garcia to... You don't want Herman Garcia to take it?
Hey, Dom, super quick question.
Yeah.
Because it was a big file. Did you receive the layout for Fallon and Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thought you were gonna delay that. To who? Oh, they stopped. They stopped. Maybe I'll see. I don't care. I don't care.
We're gonna get the tank on there, run right over the bunkers. Yeah, I have actually. It took me like half a day and then I was all right.
It's true though. I've said it publicly. I've said it publicly multiple times.
That was the roughest one. Yes.
I probably shouldn't care, but I do. I don't want you thinking that.
That's the thing. It's really easy not to care until it happens. Yeah.
And when it's you, I'm like,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. I feel the same thing. And I was like, yeah, I don't. It's really easy when it's not happening. What I heard, the explanation is some evolutionary care. You don't want to be like out of herd. Right? Like, you're not hurt anymore. So it's like if people start, it's like, wait a second, I'm gonna die in winter now. It's like,
But it's true. It's like
evolutionary response.
there could be 99 nice cars.
Yeah.
And then there's one mile.
Yeah. So, that's what it is.
Yeah, well. How you doing? Good. How about you?
muted online. Can you give us one
Oh,
second?
okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, we have Steve Loop for the striping item. I was just saying, wanted to make sure we're public, letting people know we're doing this. Was initially on our consent agenda, but wanted to at least have a brief presentation. We don't want to belabor it. We know what we're dealing with here, but just a brief presentation, discussion, and we previously directed Steve on this. So go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, Board, members of the public, Steve Loop. Yeah, we're going to revisit this item briefly just to let the folks know where we'll be restriping and what they can expect in the near future. So, as discussed, one of the segments will be Fraser Lake Road. The length there is 3.4 miles. We'll be installing centerline paint striping, not thermoplastic striping. And one of the reasons for that is, in a few of these roads, is the first 3 road segments are actually scheduled for resurfacing in the summer. So Fraser Lake Road, the first 1.8 miles will be resurfaced. And when it is, we'll either do thermo or paint, but County of Santa Clara recently just installed paint on their segment, the whole stretch, because farmers and trucks and things tend to, I don't know, beat up the thermo sometimes worse than the paint. But long story short, we'll be painting 3.4 miles of Fraser Lake Road and then doing the actual resurfacing of the bad segment, which is 1.8 miles in this summer. So second segment, Fairview Road, it's essentially between Fallon Road and Equistapace, and it's the length of 1.2 miles. That segment is also scheduled if the funding is approved. Actually, that's SB1 funds, so those funds will already be available after we construct Cole Road. So Fairview Road, for a cost of, I believe it was $800,000 to resurface that stretch. We'll be restriping in the interim, paint just for safety purposes. And similarly with Union Road, which is also scheduled for reconstruction this summer, the 2.7 miles essentially is from San Juan Oaks and where Caltrans stopped their 156 improvements all the way down 2.7 miles to where we stopped our previous Measure G improvements on Union Road. So we'll be restriping that whole length with paint for 2.7 miles. And then finally, Santa Ana Road is not scheduled for resurfacing. We don't have the funding available at this time. And however, so because of that, we will actually be installing thermoplastic on Santa Ana Road. And there's only perhaps a couple rancher farmers folks on that road. So the middle segment was actually thermoplastic striped a few years back, and it's in pretty decent shape. So there's 2 segments. There's a segment when you get past the roundabout near the school, and then we'll stop for a middle segment because that thermoplastic's there, and it's actually in pretty good condition. And then we'll continue where that thermoplastic left off a few years ago, all the way down to close to Fairview, near where we previously did some striping. So that will be thermoplastic. It'll be centerline striped as well as edge line, shoulder striped, the white line, the fog line. So that'll be permanent since we aren't doing any permanent improvements on Santa Ana Road in the near future. So I could go on, but I'll pause there for questions. But those are the segments. And then for discussion purposes, because this funding that we're going to be utilizing is from the road fund. And if there's funding available out of the $260,000, the Public Works would also like to restripe the entrance to John Smith Road, because when you're waiting in that turn pocket, the stripes been fading over the years or being impacted. And if we did that, and if the board would allow it, we'd like to do that with thermoplastic, because that road was actually repaved a few years back. I'm not sure if that exact segment was repaved, but we need to put new striping on the turn pocket as you're entering John Smith Road if we had remaining funding from the $260,000. So I'll pause there.
Thanks, Steve. Do we have public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. No public comment.
Great, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sotelo, you want to start?
Thank you. Thank you for working on this, Steve. when are we planning on starting this? What is kind of the timeline of this project?
So after we have a meeting tomorrow with fiscal folks and discuss the 260,000, there's 6 jock contractors waiting to do projects for us. And so the answer is we'll send this out to 2 of those contractors and say, give us bids. That usually takes about 3 or 4 weeks, and then we can start essentially after that. So I'd say about a month and a half.
Okay, great. And then at what point will you, and so, well, just to make sure that I heard you correctly, so you're going to review with finance. If there's any money left over, that is what you want to use to do the entrance to the John Smith kind of area?
So tomorrow, we may think there is the 260,000, maybe a little bit more available of road funds already. So we're just going to review that with the fiscal folks tomorrow. But what we're saying is of that 260, if there is money left over, we would like to also stripe of the 260, once we get the bids back from the contractors essentially, right? If they say, okay, that's going to be 210,000 to do these segments that we talked about today. If there's 30, 40,000, 50,000 left over, it won't cost that much, but we just want to use that remaining funding to stripe the entrance to John Smith Road. That's all, if that makes sense.
So would the restriping be on Fairview then?
So
To the Fairview onto John Smith, or?
no,
from
I apologize. It's the entrance into the landfill.
Into the landfill.
Yeah, there's a little
Okay,
turn
thank
lane
you.
there that's.
Yeah, no, I know exactly. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Supervisor Zanger? Supervisor Velasquez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. 260 for the paint seems kind of high, but the thermo, I understand, and I'm kind of questioning the thermo on the Santa Ana because that road is pretty rough, and it's going to need to be worked on in the next few years if it survives that long. So I'm wondering why you'd be recommending thermo on that rather than just paint. It's not in good shape.
Noted. And if there's funding available for Santa Ana and a lot of other roads, that's great. But as of now, it's not in any projected plan program. So that's why we thought putting the permanent thermo would be a safer alternative than just the paint.
And how much more, just so everyone's clear, how much more is it when you're doing thermal compared to the paint?
For Santa Ana,
I'm actually kind of surprised at the number. I thought at first you were saying $260, according to this item here, but 200
Typo.
Yeah, no, I know. And then I was hoping maybe 26,000, but hearing 260s,
It's a lot.
kind of surprising to me for paint.
So on Santa Ana, for those 2 small segments, the thermoplastic would be approximately 40,000. Paint would be approximately, I think, 25 to 30,000 based on the other quotes we've got. So we could save about $10,000 if we just did paint versus the thermo on Santa Ana.
And how long does the paint last?
How long? Depends on a lot of factors. Could be 3 to 5 years. Well, 3 to 5 years or longer is what we've been told. So depends on where farmers are accessing and those type of things. But on Santa Ana, never mind. That's the answer to your questions.
Okay, so you just, again, the other roads are all paint, not thermo.
Correct.
It's just Santa Ana. I would just say with Santa Ana, we stick with the paint. That road is in need of repair, and we're gonna have to find a way to get, it's a heavily traveled road. We're gonna have to get to that in the next few years for repair. It's my opinion.
Supervisor Curl?
I agree. I was a little taken aback that the 260,000 is for paint. But I understand also we're paying prevailing wage, and, prevailing wage is ridiculous that we're having to follow, Oakland, San Francisco rates. So with that, I'm assuming because you are bidding this out, I'm not going to question the numbers coming in with what they are. I would agree with Supervisor Velasquez. I wouldn't do anything but paint. It just seems like we're just throwing good money after bad. And, I apologize to my residents because I had said that we would be working a little sooner because now we're going into spring. It was really during that winter, dark, rainy season that I was getting the most complaints, especially on Union Road. So Nonetheless, the line's almost gone. So we are very grateful that the board is even considering this temporary, especially when we know we have the road moving forward. And thank you, Steve, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I would tend to agree on the pain. I think this board needs to, hopefully, in my opinion, be committed to more road improvements. And it sounds like Santa Ana Road would be at or near the top of the list, if and when we can get to those. So I would agree with the paint. Is there a range, Steve, as far as what the low end might be? 260, you're asking for 260, but we're going out for bid. What's the expectation on potentially the lower end of this?
When we get the bids, I think the lower end is closer to 170, especially if we don't thermoplastic Santa Ana. So somewhere in that range would be the lower range.
And so you offered a dollar amount in particular for Santa Ana. Do you have any, because Union's obviously much longer, Fairview's and Fraser Lake are the two longest ones. Both of those roads are going to be repaved. This is the dilemma we're facing now because of process. It's already March 25th. You're talking about starting this toward the end of April, finishing it in May?
Yes, that sounds better.
And then starting a repaving project when?
For Union Road, my guess is July, August. For Fraser Lake, we have to see where funds are approved and things, but that could also start July, August. Fairview will be a little bit later because, again, we have to use those roads for Cole Road, and SB1 kind of comes in segments. So Fairview Road will be a little bit later, and then Santa Ana is a question mark. So.
I'm upset at myself that I'm even saying this, but the timelines here are a little, they put us in a difficult position because we're basically paying, how much, do you have a breakdown for Union? And those are the two that I'm particularly honed in on here. Union's in my district. I've been pushing for striping for a while. I know others have, but now we're at the point where we're going to be repaving it. It's right around the corner. Do you have the dollar amounts?
For Union, it's approximately $55,000.
And Fraser Lake?
Fraser Lake?
More probably.
Is $72,000.
So we're spending $120,000, $130,000 for striping that's going to basically be in effect for 2-3 months. Am I missing something?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Curl first. Go ahead.
I agree. I'm having heartburn over the exact same thing. But seeing how bad the striping is and construction can always be delayed. And during construction, seeing your lanes is very important. So I know it's a big ask. I know the public may not understand fully, why would you stripe a road right before you're going to pave it? I'm just looking at how bad the striping is right now, where literally you are on a leap of faith when you are driving down Union Road at night, wondering if you're even in the lane, because you have no lane on the right. You have no line. There's no white line to be able to monitor. Is it worth the risk? I don't know. I'm leaning towards saying we need to do this just for public safety. And then knowing that construction always gets delayed, doesn't it, Steve?
Sometimes it does.
Yeah, it always scares me how often we say July, August, and then it's all of a sudden we're in the winter months. So, okay. But I'm with you. It's heartburn.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yeah, it's tough, but you drive those roads at night and people are driving in the middle of the road. So those lanes have to be there. Yes, they're going to be taken out as we do road construction, but saving that one life if that's happening. And Fraser and Union, I see it every single time I'm driving on it. Somebody's driving right down the middle of it, coming right at me, and then they try to readjust. So those stripes help. And it's part of what has to be done. And that's why I'm asking for painting, not the thermo, because thermo would be a lot more money. And that would be quite the waste. So,
Supervisor Curl?
You just made me think of something. This is center lane only. We're not doing right and left sides, are we?
On Santa Ana, yes. On the remaining, where we're painting, no. We're just
Okay,
painting the
okay, I just wanted one less thing
Mm-hmm.
to add into it. We're just doing Santa Ana. Okay, thank you.
Anything further from the board?
Yeah.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah. I'm sorry if you already mentioned it, but how long do we anticipate the paint to last?
Well, it's, on paint, it's tricky depending on the location, but say 5 years, and plus or minus. So
5 years?
sometimes it lasts a lot longer. Sometimes it doesn't. It just depends what that paint experiences on the road from trucks and different things, I'll say. So.
But on those two roads, Union and Fraser, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
2 months basically, because we're going to shred it up.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
But the Union and Fraser, like, we're looking at 2 months, right, of paint before they're potentially repaved, is that right?
Yeah, 2 to 3 months. Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay. Well, I know Union you had, but Fraser Lake, I thought that was still in the air, right? Or did we have a date or a month start point for Fraser Lake repaving?
No, they're all the same time frame, basically.
Okay.
I mean, the contractor will just go in segments, right? So.
Yeah.
Further? Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kosmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Thank you very much. That would take us to item 2.4, approve amendment with WellPath California Forensic Medical Group to implement a new scope of services. And we have Sheriff Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. We're asking you to approve another amendment to our longstanding contract with CFMG, also known as WellPath, to provide in the interim. So just for context, we're currently out to RFP. The RFP is being reviewed right now. We had three different people put in on the RFP for new jail medical services. But due to circumstances of behavioral health and their lone psychiatrist in the county unable to service the incarcerated population anymore, we found ourselves in a position that we don't have any behavioral health services available to the incarcerated population, psychiatric services, and that's a problem with Title 15. So we worked with behavioral health. They were able to find a couple potential contracted psychiatrists that could help us. We've connected with one who is unable or unwilling to come in person, which is not going to be feasible for us to not have any in person at all. So we are we're going to absorb it in our current budget. It'll be $48,000 and change for this fiscal year. And we'll just take it out of a different line item to make sure that the county stays whole for this year. But we really need to make sure that we're providing the services to the incarcerated population. So this would be an amendment, and then just knowing, and we've talked about this before with previous amendments where we kept, I don't know, Supervisor Curro has asked me multiple times to go out to RFP. That has been done. It's closed. We have 3 responses, and we'll be selecting a new provider soon. This is a stopgap, to be honest with you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. No comments.
Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Curro?
I just want to say thank you to all the staff working together to try and come to a solution on this. This is not an easy situation, and you're right. This is crucial that we have this. So I am supportive of it. I'm never supportive of the dollar amount. It always seems like it's way too much. So at any time, if we can continually evaluate our contracts and ensure that we're getting everything that we are paying for, that's my only comment. But I want to thank the sheriff and all the other staff and department heads for their collaborative work together.
Thank you. We had a lot of people put into to contribute to the RFP from our staff and from probation, county council, and so I think I know we're going to make an educated decision on the next one.
Supervisor Velasquez? No comment. Supervisor Zanger?
Yes, thank you. I've got some questions actually.
Sure.
So, first of all, what are we absolutely legally required to provide for? Because from what I understand, we're not required to provide the 24-hour coverage, right? But that's what we're seeking to do. Is that right?
The 24-hour coverage we were able to achieve through a grant that the board approved, so it wasn't general fund dollars to take us to 24-hour coverage. What we want is a RN, but we have right now is an LVN. It took us a while to get consistent coverage. So this is totally outside of that. This is only psychiatric services, which is not 24 hours. I think
Okay.
the contract calls for like 8 hours a week of coverage. So it's just making sure that when we're doing psychotropic medication, sick call, and having an in-person psychiatrist that's able to prescribe and connect people to services when they leave. This is totally a separate deal from the 24-hour coverage.
Okay, got it. And then you mentioned that one of the providers would only be able to do, they wouldn't be able to do it in person. You said that wasn't feasible. Why is that?
We need crisis response. So when we have people in our safety cell, there's a lot of regulations in Title 15 and Title 24 about how that works as far as response to the person that's in crisis. We have windows of opportunity that it has to be within 12 hours of response. So unless we have a behavioral health professional that can respond in person to the jail for crisis response, then we're going to be out of compliance, and that's going to be a problem.
So it's a legal requirement. They have to be there. They have to be able to be there, I guess, on with 12 hours of any point, I guess. Is that?
Yeah, and the 12-hour window that we have, once someone goes into a safety cell, within 12 hours, they need to be evaluated by a behavioral health professional. So one of the things that we've talked about, I know I've talked to the board chair about, and I talked to our BSCC representative this morning, is the option for telehealth. When the current Title 15 regulations were written, telehealth wasn't a thing. Telehealth came to be really during COVID. I sit on the board for BSCC, so we're just finishing the juvenile regulations right now, the revamp of those, and then right after that's done, we're going to rewrite Title 15. Telehealth will definitely be part of that conversation. So it's not that we can't use it or that it's an option, but you also have to have that some form of in-person response to crisis and to when you're dosing out medication and having those conversations with people that are in crisis.
Got it. Okay. And so I'm trying to just understand the whole situation here, and I think Dana might need to come up and answer a question at some point, but just the situation is the behavioral health, the lone psychiatrist, I guess, can't or won't do this work in the jail. Is that what's going on?
Are we referring to the contract?
Your contracted
okay.
psychiatrist.
Yes. So I have one child psychiatrist that does come to San Benito County in person. We have many Medi-Cal beneficiaries that need psychiatric care. And so we had to redirect those services back to serving Medi-Cal beneficiaries who have acute psychiatric conditions. And so our plan was to have a different psychiatrist who could provide those services via telehealth. And actually, I believe Dr. Wong, our psychiatrist, had actually been doing those services via telehealth. So we thought that would be okay. But then it sounds like with further investigation that Sheriff has done, that having that service via telehealth isn't allowable or permissible under Title 15 completely?
It's not specified in Title 15 if it's allowed or not. It's really a gray area, and so we're kind of playing with liability on that. We probably would be okay, but outside of the telehealth visits for psychiatric care, there has to be a crisis response. So that's separate from this, and then that would also be included in this contract amendment, is that we would actually have after-hours crisis response to the safety cell, which behavioral health used to do and is no longer able to do. And so it gets really nuanced in here. So I'm standing here before you as a sheriff talking about this, and I'm like one of the only ones that does that. These contracts typically don't live in the sheriff's office. When you read Title 15, it says the healthcare authority shall, in the health authority in collaboration with the facility administrator. I'm the facility administrator and the behavioral health director. She's the behavioral health director. So I asked the state this morning, give me a definitive, who is the healthcare authority? It's county health. So this is really a responsibility of county and county health, not the sheriff. It's my responsibility to make sure that it's happening, but if the county refuses to do it, the liability then falls back, and the county council can correct me if I'm wrong, falls back on the county. If I don't bring it to you as a concern, then I bear the sole responsibility of not providing the service. So when you read Title 15, the county health department, HSA, public health, whatever it is, is specified in Title 15 that they shall provide this. They don't. They used to, but they don't. So we contract with WellPath because we're trying to do due diligence and give people in our custody what they should rightfully have, which is adequate medical care. So that's where we are with this. It's like you have the way that Title 15 is crafted, it leaves a lot of gray area and a lot of leniency. But it's almost like with post, and I don't want to get too long-winded about this. Post, when it comes to police officer training and certification, is not a enforcement agency. It's advisory, it's regulatory. So if you violate post standards, they don't shut you down. But when you are out of compliance with post and someone sues you and you can't explain why you were out of compliance with post, add zeros to the check. So that's really what we're talking about. It's the liability on the county, the liability on me, and then the behavioral health director and I have talked about, it's the human factor too of there's people in our custody that don't have a choice, be it that it may. Most of our people in our custody are unsentenced. We have just a handful of people in our custody. Less than 15% are sentenced. So everyone that's in there is innocent until proven guilty. They're in there, you could say for a reason, but they can't leave and they can't go seek their own medical care. That falls on the county, which ultimately falls on me. And if I don't bring it to your attention, I'm personally liable for it. So that's why we're here to say, I'm willing to work with the county and absorb it in my budget. It's money that probably would have been transferred over to behavioral health in the past and for a long time that wasn't being billed correctly. That's a separate story, but that can now be shifted over to this, at least for the short term until we can get to an RFP that the board is presented with, that we want to move forward with, and we're not going to find ourselves in this position again.
Okay, so there's gray area on the telehealth, but not gray area when it comes to the telehealth in terms of the crisis response. Is that
Crisis
correct?
response needs in-person response.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out there. Okay, I appreciate that.
And I believe that there is a mental health provider from WellPath who can respond when they're on shift, but it's the after-hours component when the jail can run into the instances where the individual is in a safety cell and then they need that ongoing kind of assessment to see what their mental status is and if they can return kind of to general population. And because of the partnership, and it was an error on our site. We haven't actually been asking for any money, but for the past several years, behavioral health has been covering the safety cell assessments, and we just are no longer able to do that any longer. My clinicians will no longer be on call, actually as of April 1st. And because we're shifting to a whole new model, and as I've been sharing, our job to provide specialty mental health and substance use disorder services for the entire Medi-Cal population really takes a lot of resources. And so when my staff are on call, they can't attend to their client caseload during the week of the shifts that they are on call. And so we've made a lot of movement within our department to provide more outpatient services and also really trying to work in partnership because, as Sheriff said, we do deeply care about the individuals that are incarcerated at the jail and the youth that are detained at the Youth Services Center. And we're doing, I think, everything that we can to work in partnership to make sure that individuals' needs are met and that the county liability is covered.
Got it. So behavioral health was paying for it, but now it's going to, well.
Yes. I mean, yes, but that was our oversight. We stopped invoicing. I want to take responsibility. Our department stopped invoicing during COVID, and then it never resumed. So as Sheriff and I have been looking back at things, we realized, so there's been some savings, if you will. Anyway, so yes.
So prior to COVID, you were billing Sheriff Office?
Yes.
Okay, and then you stopped billing them, so you were doing it for free, essentially.
Yes.
And now it's going to essentially come from general fund.
It all, prior to the billing stopping, it came from general fund. It just went from their efforts, journal entry probably over, general fund paid that bill, that invoice. We were just transferring general fund money to a subvention fund department.
Okay, got it.
And I don't know why, but that's just probably how we've done it here.
Okay. Appreciate it. Yeah, I had some questions as well. Primarily on the funding side, I understand the sentiment about the psychiatrist and the challenges, but I'm wondering, because it has been previously basically funded by behavioral health, is there a way, are there other funding sources through behavior? Because obviously we're always in a conundrum here with behavioral health and subvention funds, and whatever I can do to push away from general fund dollars being spent on something like this, I'm gonna do that. So are there any other avenues through behavioral health, even from a funding perspective, to get this?
Right now, unfortunately, no. Behavioral health does not receive any funding for individuals that are incarcerated, and we do receive some realignment funds, 2011 and 1991 and 2011. Unfortunately, our costs for hospitalization, there's a lot of things that Medi-Cal doesn't cover, and so behavioral health relies on realignment to cover a lot of our costs that we can't bill for Medi-Cal, and so it's difficult with my department right now because of how our budget is structured to really ascertain how everything has been funded. We're working with the auditor and my internal staff. We are in a situation where I think several other county departments are, where our money goes into two primary funds, mental health and substance use disorder services. And so teasing that out at the end of the day has been really difficult. So we're doing a financial audit right now to better understand our funding streams, and just the cost of our doing business has really increased. And so the funds that are more discretionary really are fully accounted for.
Do we have precise numbers though, as far as I know we're getting closer to the budget, so I assume there's been some discussions about this budget versus next budget, but there's no, there's no money available as far as vacancy savings or anything like that could be shifted over to avoid using the general fund?
From my department, that is still a work in progress, and we don't really do vacancy budgeting. We're moving towards, and I'm not an accountant, so bear with me, but we're moving towards zero, anyways, I need my accountants here, but that's not how we fund our services. We bill Medi-Cal, we have some Mental Health Services Act funding, and there has been some prohibitions against Mental Health Services Act funds being used for individuals that are incarcerated, unfortunately. And then the only funds where we do have some discretion is our realignment funds, 1991 and 2011. And again, until we can work with our auditors to build out our chart of accounts and get everything separated, I can't honestly provide that information to the board at this point in time.
Go ahead, Sheriff.
So what I can tell you is that fortunately for us, we're blessed to have an employee in our jail that really works for probation, but she was, her name's Renee, and she really worked to get us what's called CalAIM funding. We're in Path 3 CalAIM funding. And CalAIM funding is a brand new thing. And so even the folks at CalAIM aren't exactly sure how it works, to be honest with you. So it was that CalAIM funding that we nudged some gray area in there to get to the 24-hour medical coverage. And it's my intent, and Kelly Kennedy, who is my finance director and is extremely creative, we will be shifting that CalAIM funding stream that we have as the sheriff's office over to the new contract all of it. There's a little bit that might be carved out for IT that we need. We have some requirements with reporting, so we might need to carve out a little bit of it. But I think we got 2.1 million, and then probation got some, or is that? We got 2.1, they got 1.5. So of our 2.1, I'm looking to move all of that into funding medical services, which currently are coming out of the general fund, but I want to move that over to a CalAIM funding stream. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, come on up.
I also just wanted to clarify some of the limitations with being able to bill for services of the incarcerated population. Once our CalAIM implementation goes into effect, which is in October of 2026, services will be able to be billable to and reimbursed through Medi-Cal. So that's something that's coming in the near future that we're working on. But those who are incarcerated 90 days prior to their release, which we have a lot of people who are in custody less than 90 days. So that almost will account for, I would say, the bulk of our population that are in our two facilities, we will be able to get reimbursed through Medi-Cal post-October 2026 for services that are provided. So I just wanted that to also be a point of clarity for you guys, because that's not currently being really feasible, which has led to like the situation that we're currently in.
But there's like essentially a guarantee that after this $50,000 or so, that this would be funded outside of the general fund, or is there a chance that we're gonna be back here?
Well, I guess there's always a chance, right? So we're in Path 3 of CalAIM funding. Everything that I've been told is, they expect this to keep going. Now, that's the state of California. I'm not sure what that means, right? Does that mean like AB 109 funding has been going on for a long time, and other realignment funding. So we can expect, I would expect that it may not be in the size that it is right now, because we're going to be shifting into this model of billing the state for the services and getting reimbursed. So that's probably going to drop. We're getting this one-time money to implement CalAIM. And then going from that, my understanding is that then we'll be able to start billing and getting reimbursed. So if the CalAIM one-time or bulk amounts for each path goes down, we may have to look at a funding stream, general fund or something else, and then reimburse the county on a revenue side to then put that money back into the general fund after it's been expended, if that makes sense.
And that brings me to where I was kind of coming with all of this, which is why I pulled the other items, which the CCP funding. Ashlyn was very gracious to sit down and explain everything to us, but this seems like an area where it might be logical to go back to the CCP and ask if the funding could potentially, if there's room. I know there's some items that were on consent that had pulled. If there's room, because I'm always about essentials first. I told you this yesterday, Sheriff. I'm always about essentials first with any pot of money where you have the flexibility to use it in these areas. And if this is CCP eligible, I would prefer to have at least a conversation, urge the CCP to have a conversation about shifting over those available state dollars as opposed to dipping into our general fund. I just think it's a bad precedent for us to continually. I understand your budget is under, but it's still, those are still general fund dollars. That doesn't really make a difference to me as far as still we're fitting within the budget, because vacancies, and I'm assuming it's a vacancy issue, that you have some flexibility here.
Correct.
I would just prefer to, can we have that conversation? Is it possible, and Ashlyn being here, of course, or Chief, sorry, being here, is it possible to take that back to the CCP and see if there's flexibility, available funding?
This is our chair of CCP, and I don't want to punt to her, but I will. You're more than welcome. But I will say that I personally encourage anybody to bring any proposal to CCP. One of the things we found when we were working on the Defense Council is that when you really looked at how the money was being spread out, we were being criticized that we weren't giving any money to public defender. Public defender had never asked, and so it's really a thing that someone has to bring a proposal before the CCP, ask for the funding, have the conversation. That's the way CCP is designed. I know we talked, I think we had a great talk yesterday, and I understand where you're coming from. I will say we just went over the budget with CCP. We anticipate the contract for medical is gonna be in the millions of dollars, and that's not gonna be sustainable for CCP to fund that. That would just wipe it out immediately. So there's going to have to be some other type of consideration for funding stream. And I think who we're leaving out of the conversation so far right now, and I think that when we brought this up before with our CAO, Trindell actually, I'm paraphrasing, but the risk group agreed that these contracts should probably fall under Health and Human Services or Public Health. So maybe they have a funding stream through public health that we don't know about, that behavioral health in SUD doesn't work. General fund dollars don't work. Maybe CCP can't sustain it, but can we look at public health funding? Can we look at Health and Human Services these are still people in our community, and it's still people that are going to be relying on our public health care system. Are there funding opportunities there? I know nobody else wants to take it. Trust me, I've tried for a while to get rid of this, but we'll keep fighting the fight. But I think that we need to have those conversations with some of our other departments too, and find out what other funding streams through the state and federal government can be used to help us offset these costs for these people that are in custody and in need of care.
Chief Inez, no mean to put you on the spot, but is there any room in the CCP budget? And then that's why, again, we have these other items on consent. I think really it's the one item. I probably could have left 1.13, but, the contracts on 1.14.
Yeah.
Is that it? Are we tapped out, or is there room to take it back to the CCP and say, is it possible to reimburse the general fund? Because this clearly fits within the realm of the purpose of CCP.
So that is something that I think, like the sheriff was indicating, it would be best if the county were to put together some sort of proposal and come forward and speak to CCP and explain, you know, why the county is not able to provide the service as like just a baseline service for the incarcerated population. AB 109 funds are intended for programs and services for the realigned population. So that's your AB 109. Those are your post-release community supervision offenders, your mandatory supervision offenders, and then we throw in like high-risk felony cases that we are supervising and providing services to. And most services are delineated to provide, like, reduce the ability of them to go back into custody, rehabilitation oriented. I don't know that providing base healthcare services falls in line with the intended use. I think the argument could be made and it could definitely be presented and we can discuss it as a CCP executive committee. But I think also in meeting with you and the vice chair last week and just kind of reviewing the budget and looking at what is that bottom line number that we're dealing with. We right now as a CCP, we have over budgeted based off of the revenue that we're receiving from AB 109 realignment funds and what we've actually budgeted. We're already over budgeting and are tapping into some of that reserve funding that has carried over that hasn't been used year after year. And so I had a very clear conversation with CCP at our last meeting that it is not feasible for us to continue on this track of overspending and over budgeting our expenditures and then not receiving that revenue. We really need to find a way to pare down to what the revenue that's coming in, which is 2.9 million, sticking to that. Right now, our budgeted expenditures for fiscal year 25-26 are in the 4 million range. So you can see how far we're already dipping in, and that's to provide baseline services, plus all of that community supervision, rehabilitative services, programs, contracts, services at the jail, funding the actual build out of the new jail facility, the Curtis J Rehabilitation Center, and everything else. So I don't, from a practical standpoint, I don't see how we can stretch unless we pull from other areas.
I hear you, but I would love to at least, if.
But it's definitely worth having the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I could get on board with this is to have the county make a proposal to CCP to reimburse the county for these dollars, because I understand what you're saying. There are gray areas I wasn't on CCP, I know Supervisor Sotelo and Zanger, but, you know, we have a special intelligence unit that we're funding, including a police officer with the Hollister Police Department. I would argue that if you're saying that this doesn't fall within the realm, then I would argue that doesn't. I would also argue that the judicial courtroom assistant that we're being asked to fund on the item that I pulled also fits into that very wide gray area that CCP clearly walks in. So I would just recommend that if this is approved today from the general fund, that at the very least we can take it back to CCP and make a request. And if it means that we're taking $95,000 out of the judicial courtroom assistant or some other new position that we're funding, then basics first. I always come back to basics first. And if we have to fund this is a basic, this is an essential, and is us putting $100,000 plus toward the state-funded courts essential? No, it's not. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I respect your opinion. I mean, I don't know that the 7 CCP members who sit on the executive committee would agree with that sentiment, but we can have that discussion. I mean, all of those people have been brought into a room where they've been discussing these matters and have appropriated that money based off of the needs of what we have come to an agreement on, so, but I do respect your opinion as to what is essential and what isn't, so I understand where you're coming from that standpoint. I would also, I was gonna say, I lost my train of thought,
Sorry.
so if it comes back to me,
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, I understand. And it sounds like there's support. I would just ask if there's a motion that we include, at least approaching the Community Corrections Partnership and putting in a request for the dollars to be reimbursed. Is there a motion otherwise?
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor
Yeah,
Crowe?
I just would like to add to your comments on that application for reimbursement, that in coming from, and I was really young when I started Santa Clara County, but it took them decades to work this problem out between their health department, behavioral health, and the sheriff's department, and coming up with a collaborative agreement between jurisdictions and funding sources, and getting really creative about how to fund it. But they actually have criminal justice mental health as a division inside their jail systems at Elmwood, at Main Jail. And so we're not going to solve it right here today, but I support mental health services because part of the incarceration problem, sorry, I could not get that word out, is that you're not giving the services and you get repeat customers. That's what we used to call them. And they'd come back again and again. You need to break that cycle, and psychiatric services are the best way of doing that and getting people connected to health. I totally agree with the sheriff on looking at wording of where it can be more defined of where these funds can come from and the reimbursement can come from. But also, health department, there's a lot of different federal programs that fund this type of collaboration. I think we need to be looking at that as well as asking for the reimbursement request. I think we need to kind of like sit down and kind of talk about long-term solutions and how do we get the funding sources. I do not want to cut any of this type of service in our jail system. I think we need to have it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just jumping real quick on that. Santa Clara County, and I'm just paraphrasing, my understanding, they also went through a significant lawsuit where the jail was taken away from the sheriff's office. They had to then stand up a separate office department in the county, which was the corrections department, which was more privatized kind of. And they just got that back after some concessions through a lot of lawsuits because they weren't providing the services. And we can look just south of us to Monterey County, who's gone through horrific lawsuits and consent decrees in their own custodial setting. So that's what we're trying to avoid. Thank you.
Yeah, and I totally agree. That's when I left, when the deputies were out of the jail and the correction officers were coming in. I went, I'm sorry, my life is more valuable. No offense against correctional officers. It's just what happened in Santa Clara. They weren't of the level of experience that the deputies were, and the staff services for mental health had taken a big hit because of the litigation. So I totally agree with you.
Any further comments? Entertain a motion.
I would move to approve with the comments from the chair and looking at reimbursables for future.
We have a second?
Second.
Just to clarify, as the CCP, would you be making that presentation proposal, or would the county have to officially write a letter?
There's a template we can send you, and when the county has brought forth a proposal for it's on the same template, and it was brought by then Deputy CEO in Alaska and probably it was Ray, yeah.
Yeah, we can dig that up.
Okay.
Use that.
First and second roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kosmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez,
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Do you have something?
No.
Oh, okay, that would take us to 2.5, presentation on proposed MOU between San Juan and San Benito County regarding county planning applications within the city's planning area. Provide direction to staff on any revisions and staff to return MOU to the city of San Juan for their consideration. We have Ariel Goodspeed and Abraham Prado.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, fellow supervisors, members of the public. My name is Ariel Goodspeed. I'm the principal planner for the county, and I'm here today to present the memorandum of understanding between San Benito County and the city of San Juan Bautista regarding processing of county planning applications within the city's planning area. So a little introduction of the MOU. The San Juan Bautista City Council adopted the resolution 2023-71 approving the notice of intention to amend the general plan by accepting urban growth boundary ad hoc committee recommendation of the sphere of influence, urban growth boundary and planning area, which created a new sphere of influence, urban growth boundary and planning area attached as Exhibit A. It is the intention of the parties now to memorialize the influence to be maintained by the city with regard to development of properties within the city's jurisdictional boundaries, but which are also within the city's planning area as herein set forth and recognized. What is being presented to you today is still a working draft. The city of San Juan Bautista sent the MOU. The red lines being presented today are edits from our county council. We did have a meeting with the city manager and city attorney on March 20th to discuss these proposed edits. The city is not prepared to provide comments yet to these edits being presented today. However, the city will take all those proposed edits and comments back to both their urban growth boundary sphere of influence ad hoc committee and their city council. So as mentioned, the San Juan Bautista City Council adopted Resolution 2023-7 approving the notice of intention to amend the general plan by accepting the urban growth boundary ad hoc committee, and which created this planning area as depicted in green, and which the MOU refers to as a planning area or Exhibit A. So a little bit of an introduction of the MOU and the intent that was brought forth from the City of San Juan Bautista. So what it is, it's a document memorializing the relationship between the county and San Juan when development is proposed around them within that planning area. What it'll do is provide San Juan with a heads up regarding the proposal, an opportunity to learn about it firsthand and provide feedback to the county. And what it changes, the county process is unaffected and unchanged, and this grants no additional authority to the city. An applicant wanting to develop around San Juan would simply tell them their plans and they will provide feedback. This is the intent that I believe the committee and the city council was hoping for to achieve. In keeping with this intent, the proposed red lines by county council was provided and will be presented now. Staff would just like to take a note that without this MOU in place, county planning staff does collaborate with the city of San Juan, including providing presentations, attending meetings, and routing projects to the city, including projects within their adopted planning area already. So they are being informed at this time. Again, I just want to mention that this working relationship is extremely important to the county and city staff. Policies for processing development applications within the city's planning area. So as included in the MOU, the term of the MOU is effective upon the date last signed and executed by the duly authorized representative of the governing bodies of the county and city, and shall remain in full force and effect until the date that any future ordinances and or agreements are executed by the parties with respect to the planning area that, by their terms, replace or supersede the MOU. Either party may terminate this MOU for any reason upon 30 days written notice to the party. So the additional language in red, this was discussed with the city on our meeting on the 20th, that we need to have an option to exit the MOU if desired at some point in the future. The city may consider other future durations, such as maybe a 60 or 90 day, but just having something in there to that effect. Ongoing dialogue and strikeout of county presentations, planning staff or city and county shall meet to discuss proposals, inquiries, and development interests at least quarterly or as they arise. Note that the purpose of this paragraph, proposals, inquiries, and development interests shall include without limitation those inquiries made to the county on an informal basis. example, prior to any formal application. And the strikeout of, although it is the intention of the parties to always maintain a dialogue between them, county commits to make a presentation to the city's planning commission on at least a quarterly basis regarding all development inquiries it is aware of within its planning area. Again, in discussion with the city and staff desire, it was discussed, and the county really expressed that we can remove this deletion of county presentation. We do think it's important to do and collaborate with the city, and instead including some sort of language that the county provide written notice if unavailable to provide a county presentation on one of those quarterly meetings. So just an avenue that if unavailable, we could postpone. So policies, so process for application within the city's planning area. B, the city and county will collaborate and process development proposals and applications within the city's planning area as they are submitted to County Resource Management Agency, RMA, Planning Department for considerations as follows. First, transmitting applications within the planning area. When a formal application for the development has been actually submitted to the county for a project within the city's planning area, the application shall be transmitted to the city when it is received by the county. Second, informal presentation to city. Upon receipt of an application from county, city staff shall take all steps necessary to schedule the matter for an informal presentation by the project applicant or their designee to the city's planning commission on the soonest available agenda as an agenda item, but in no event longer than 30 days from the date of receipt by city. If the informal presentation is not completed within this timeframe, and its delay would negatively impact compliance, then it shall be deemed waived. This was added language by County Council. County Council's concern with this relates back to the Permit Streamlining Act and a way to continue the process. Possibly things to consider would be maybe modifying the edits to be that the city's comments are still heard at public hearing, but that the planning can continue and not is held up by complete application. Additionally, next, city feedback from informal presentations. After hearing the informal presentation, the City Planning Commission shall accept public comment, deliberate, and provide formal feedback to the applicant and county staff in the form of a letter signed by the City's Planning Commission Chair. County shall include this letter from the city in their file for the application and otherwise take city's comments into consideration as they process the application. County shall respond to the city's comments, to any comments, feedback, and or suggestions made by city throughout the process. County shall provide responses prior to the final vote by the city's council as set forth immediately below. Include city in preparation of conditions as the county processes the application upon completion of any draft or proposed conditions of approval and or mitigation measures for an environmental document. County shall forward the proposed conditions and mitigation measures to the city for its review and consideration, which may include review in the city's planning commission. If city has any feedback, proposed modifications, or additions, city shall communicate these suggestions to the county planning staff. There was no proposed edits or changes. Staff just wanted to note that currently applications that are within the sphere, we already do this process. Opportunities for city to support or oppose project. Upon completion of the county staff review of the application and preparation of the associated staff report, including any proposed conditions of approval and or mitigation measures, county shall forward the staff report and any supporting documents to the city for review and consideration by city staff, planning commission, and city council. The application will then be placed on the agenda for the city council as an action item, resulting in a vote to either support or oppose the project. The city's resolution communicated to the county the vote of the city council to either support or oppose the project, and the base of the city's position shall be in the form of a resolution and forwarded to the county. The resolution shall then be included in the materials prepared by county staff for its county planning commissioners and shall also be described in county staff's report for the county planning commission hearing on the application. These edits proposed were just clarifying language. City's resolution given great weight edits to fair consideration. County, its staff and planning commission will consider city's feedback, including the city's resolution to either support or oppose the application. A strikeout and shall give the city's resolution during county celebrations. If approved, the final county action staff report resolutions, including any conditions of approval and or mitigation measures, shall be transmitted to city planning staff. County council's edits reflected that the planning commission and or the board of supervisors are a quasi judicial body, and when items come to them for consideration, unless by statute, hear items as they are presented to them. There is a concern about explicitly biasing for or against a project. Using the language of great weight legally could implicate an unbiased opinion of an item. County council's concern is to not evoke a decision before an item is heard. Alternatively, using the language of seriously consider could provide the same intent the city was hoping for, but not bind the decision makers. In the edits, fair consideration was used. So in discussion today, maybe modifying that to be seriously consider. Section C was striked out in County Council's edits. Again, this goes back to the concern with Permit Streamlining Act. Alternatively, the city could consider not removing this, but providing language for the planning process to continue. It does state that everything in D, that it should be in compliance with the Permit Streamlining Act, but we just don't want other sections of the MOU to be in conflict with D, and so that's why there were some of those edits. Additionally, there was the add of E, county discretion. Notwithstanding the foregoing, nothing herein shall in any way limit or impede the ability of the county to process development applications as it sees fit, including moving an application forward to the county's planning commission or board of supervisors or any other government body or agency, should the county determine necessary or prudent to do so. This addition of E really just provides a safe harbor for the county to continue processing if and when necessary. So today, staff is recommending that the board give direction to receive the presentation on the city of San Juan Bautista's MOU with San Benito County regarding the processing of the county planning applications within San Juan Bautista city planning area, direct staff on any revisions to the MOU, and to bring back to City of San Juan Bautista for their consideration. If you have any specific questions on County Council's edits, I do have them available and can defer those questions to them. Additionally, both Ashley Colick, City Manager with San Juan Bautista, and Ilse Lopez Navarez, City Head Planner, is available in chambers. Ashley's available via Zoom, and also Dan DeVries is here from the Urban Growth Boundary Committee and is available in chambers if you have any questions specifically for them who worked on that.
Thank you very much, Ariel. And I talked to Dan, if you know, want to give the city folks an opportunity. There's a years-long, 2 to 3 year long process that the city and the community went through to come up with this proposed contract. And Dan, would you like to come up and say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. Yes, as the Chair indicated, this was the byproduct of a years-long process in the city of San Juan Bautista, which included the formation of an ad hoc committee of our own, comprised of 2 city council members, 2 planning commissioners, and a public at-large person who deliberated for a long time. The original goal of the committee, just quickly, historical review, was to create an urban growth boundary to prevent urban sprawl, basically to keep San Juan from turning into Gilroy. Because as you know, we're surrounded by prime ag and beautiful grazing lands, and a lot of the charm and character of San Juan, and therefore our economic future is dependent upon maintaining that character that we have. So an urban growth boundary was created. At the same time, we discovered inadvertently that our sphere of influence had not been changed since the 90s. Although our most recent general plan included a sphere of influence, the paperwork was never turned into LAFCO, so it was never adopted. So the current sphere of influence, it makes no sense. It's huge. It's this big giant rectangle that makes no sense whatsoever. So the committee was tasked to come up with a new SOI as well. That committee concluded that the UGB and the SOI be coterminous with city limit lines. So now our city limits, our growth boundary, and our sphere of influence are all the same thing. So then the question became, okay, well, what happens on the other side of that line? That's county ground. And to answer that question, we thought, well, we want to kind of memorialize the relationship that we have with the county, specifically the county planning department, and this document is the result of that. As to the specifics, we did receive the proposed changes last week. The committee has not had a chance to reconvene to discuss them, reject them, approve them, disapprove them, or anything of the sort. So we will need some time to do that, if that's the will of this board to consider these changes. If it, however, is it the will of the board to accept the MOU as we have presented it to you, it is signed by our mayor. I brought signed copies if each of you would like to see the original. It's been signed, and it was passed by a city council resolution also. So essentially, we're here to see if you would like to accept the MOU as is. And if so, I know it's not agendized for a decision today, but perhaps you could continue it to your next meeting on the consent agenda and pass it that way. But if you would like to get into the weeds on some of these changes and how we as a city feel about them, we will need more time to do that. And also, as Ariel mentioned, our new planner, Ilse, is here. We're very happy to have her. She's not a contractor. She's not for leave or Harris or anything like that. She's a city employee, and we intend to hang on to her for a while. We're putting her to work too. Boy, let me tell you, she's got a full plate. But she and I are both available to answer any questions, as is our city manager, Ashley, on the phone. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. We'll go to public comment, then we'll come back for questions and comments.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. On Zoom, Robert, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would just say that I'm a little concerned about the process. It seems that the City of San Juan Planning Commission and/or the City Council, according to what I read, said that they will have input on the staff report and conditions of approval and mitigation measures prior to the County Planning Commission having any input. And it just seems like it's the cart before the horse. So I would urge you to reconsider this plan, perhaps kick it to the County Planning Commission to mull over. I know some of you have no interest to hear what we have to say. But I think it's a good idea to have more eyes on it to understand the impacts. I think it will just delay processes and throw wrenches in them unnecessarily. And there's no reciprocity as far as I can see. And what next? Will Hollister be doing this without reciprocity? I mean, it might be a good idea if there's reciprocity. I would love to have weighed in on that hideous Amazon building that has no landscaping to hide it. But if there isn't any reciprocity, then I don't see why we would accept this deal. Thank you.
I have no other public comment.
Thank you very much. And, since this is my district, I was in tune with the process. I'll start off with a few comments. I did have a question on the termination clause part of it. I guess either or side is, I know County Council, I believe, is Sean Cameron was involved. I don't know if he's available, but what is the, because I agree with most, if not all, of this document. But what is the necessity of the termination clause? What are the implications if we don't have the termination clause in place?
Well, as it stands, it didn't give basically an avenue for how to terminate or, and so the additional language of either party may terminate this MOU for any reason upon 30 days written notice to the other party allows for that process to occur. And I have David or Rebecca also available, and Sean, I might be online as well. The MOU had previously outlined that it could be overruled and superseded if it was explicitly written. So this is, like Ariel said, just providing an avenue for if there were to be a desire to terminate it and the policy were to change, say, for the city or the county, either party is able to effect that termination.
And if we don't do a termination clause, there's no avenue.
We would be able to supersede it still, yes, as was outlined, but it didn't spell out how to terminate. And so providing that 30-day written notice instead of it just silent is to that effect.
And does San Juan have any thoughts on, either of you, or I guess, any thoughts on that rationale? Go ahead, Dan.
I don't think we have a problem with an exit strategy or a termination, escape hatch, what have you. I mean, 30 days is kind of meaningless, so maybe annually, take it up annually, and if not, if notice isn't given, then it just renews automatically, so it's not a pain on either one of our agendas every year, something like that, see how it works. And I want to take a second too, Mr. Chair, if I can, just to respond to Robert's comment. This is no way intended to slow down the county at all or add any other hurdles or challenges. All it's intended to do is if Ariel or Abraham get an application on technology for an area around us that we care about, have that person come tell us about it. And then we write down what we think about the project, send it to the planning department, and then it goes into their packets to the planning commissioners and decision makers. Hey, this is what San Juan heard the applicant. This is what they think. There you go. And lastly, the great weight versus seriously considered, I think. Is that right? Serious what?
Seriously considered.
Seriously considered. First, I would challenge you to tell me the difference between great weight and seriously considered. We're happy with either one of those, I think. I don't speak on behalf of the committee, but we just want you to pay attention to how we feel about a project that's going on right underneath the mission, let's say. If someone wants to build 200 condos right underneath the mission, you better believe we want to be taken seriously considered, and we want what we say to have great weight. We absolutely do. So that's the intent there, just to hear us and put that into your decision-making process and let the project go, right?
Appreciate that. And so, yeah, I'm glad that we're, as a board, able to give feedback on the red line edits. I think just going forward from a process standpoint, if it's something that, and I don't know where you would put this into policy, but if it's something that's being proposed from another fellow jurisdiction, that that the board on some level has an opportunity to look at the original document, not because what almost happened here was that these red lines may have gone back to the city of San Juan without the board knowing about it. And this is just a learning experience thing. I would just request going forward as for standard policy that the board has an opportunity to weigh on these items, because the edits that essentially were going out, there were some on the committee that essentially posed it as essentially gutting the document. And then, so just going forward, I would just hope that we can address that part. Again, San Juan citizens and public officials went through basically a 3-year-long process to come to this. There were stakeholder meetings. There were many meetings with this committee. I sat in, myself on some of this. I was at the original meeting where everyone laid out the maps on the table and had, they started with this goal of how are we going to address our sphere, our UGB, and then this planning area concept. And I just see this as all positive. Honestly, as somebody that just really values public feedback and, having input on projects, all this is doing, there's nothing binding about this. It is an MOU, but there's nothing binding perhaps about it. Whereas all it's doing is formalizing that there will be this additional layer of feedback. And San Juan, I can appreciate and understand why it's coming from San Juan, because of the historical heritage, the landscapes, the prime farmland, some of the primest farmland in the world is surrounding San Juan. And we need to do our best to protect it. And I just don't see any reason why we would be against this sort of thing. And so, again, I'm all for this. I don't have a problem, since this has to come back to us anyhow. If we can work out if there's a legal necessity or a rationale, as Dan seemed to agree, representing the committee, to put in some sort of a process for the termination part. I don't expect this thing to be terminated, but if there's an agreement that that's not a big deal, I don't have a problem with that part of it, just to make it as solid of a contract as possible, but as it stands otherwise, I fully agree with this document. And who would like to go?
Through the chair, I just wanted to let you know that staff included both the original.
I'm talking about the original without the red lines.
Yes, it was included in the agenda item.
Yes. So I'm just putting it on the record. I agree with the original document with the exception of if there's a consensus on the board to adjust the minor language regarding a termination clause. Who would like to go next?
Jump in.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sotelo.
Okay, thank you. So I would love to give San Juan, there are a few items in here that, I was kind of looking at the red line version, not necessarily the original version, but there are some things in here so I would like to give San Juan the opportunity to review some of these things, see if there's some things that, no big deal, we can live with that, or no, we absolutely do not want this. I want to give them that opportunity. I agree. I think this is kind of a good neighbor thing. I think we're all very closely related, and this is just kind of giving them, respect and consideration. I agree with the termination clause, but the other area that I have a little bit of concerns with is the informal presentation to the city. I believe our council added the language if informal presentation is not completed. The blue would be we added?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I do think it's important that if something can't be heard within 30 days, we definitely don't want to delay, we don't want delays in something. And so I do think that there should be a timeliness. Whether it's 30 days or 60 days, I don't know. But it just seems like this is, if they can't get it in within 30 days, all that this is saying is that it would be deemed waived. And so there would be consideration to get things heard quickly. So, again, I don't know how San Juan feels about that, but that would be just something that we want to make sure that we continue kind of moving forward and we're not delaying things. So, but I'm in favor of giving San Juan the opportunity to review the red line and see what they can live with and what they're opposed to. So thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah. Did you have a comment on her last comment there? I thought I saw you.
Go ahead, Dan.
You want to jump in?
And I have something to add.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to go first?
I was just going to add that the Permit Streamlining Act is that we need to respond within 30 days to the applicant. Okay. Yeah,
That's to protect the permit streamlining after
Yes.
30 day, right?
Yes.
No, I was just going to agree, Supervisor Sotelo, I think 30 day or waived would be fine. I just leaned over to our planner and said we could have a special meeting if need be, if we needed to. So, a termination provision, 30 days waived.
Okay, I'll just say, well, thank you. Thanks for presenting this, and thank you for the summarization at the end there, where that helped explain kind of what the gist of this is. You guys want to be able to have some comments that we look at if there's something that's going to affect you. That makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense. I support that. At the end of the day, this stuff is not, I guess, binding in terms of our decision-making power. So I really don't feel super strongly about the nuances. I'm going to go with how the board feels about these things, because at the end of the day, like I said, it's not binding. And I do think it's good to give them an opportunity to weigh in on things. And yeah, great consideration or whatever. Whatever you want to say we'll listen, basically. We'll try to listen to it. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't mean they're telling us what to do. We're just hearing their thoughts. So I totally support that. I guess that's it.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that they caught on to the sphere of influence problem, because that's something that was going to really bury all the cities. So I don't, as supervisor pointed out, I don't have a problem with this either. It's their community, and their input's important. But I do want to remind them that if you're preaching one thing in one area, don't come to another part of the community and preach the complete opposite, because there was a few council members that were in Hollisher really promoting the expansion of the sphere of influence for more growth. So you care about your community, but make sure the other part of the community cares about their community too, and not to, you can't have it both ways. So other than that, I really don't have much input on this.
Supervisor Curl?
I think a lot of my questions were already answered. I'm more concerned about San Juan having input right now. I feel like it's come to us, and I respect the county council's, feedback on this, but I really think it needs to go back and get the full impact and influence of the ad hoc and the city council, and then bring it back to us. I don't have a problem with this agreement at all. It makes sense to me. It kind of seemed like a no-brainer that we should be doing this naturally with all of our jurisdictions, not just the city of San Juan. So to memorialize it in a memorandum of understanding, I guess just makes it more blatant. The one concern I have is informal presentation. Is that defined? I have concerns with what does that mean and who's defining it.
We can add that.
That's my only thing, because that's subjective, and I don't want it to be subjective. And that would be a question to the city is, what do they consider informal? And thank you.
And through the chair,
Yep.
we are doing this informally already. It hasn't been memorialized, but since for the last few years since that sphere was adopted, the previous city manager, really felt it important that they be notified. And so we even added a layer on GIS. So, and all of the planners know that if something comes in that's in there, we route it to the city office, that project, and they are able to comment. So again, it's kind of more memorializing what it's a little bit happening behind the scenes, and our working relationship. And so I just wanted to provide that information to the board.
Thank you very much. What I heard, what I would suggest is to bring this back, give it an opportunity for San Juan staff and/or the committee to look at the termination provision, the 30 days waived language, and then I would just suggest taking out informal. Look, this is just semantics, a presentation, and then basically bringing that back based on their feedback, those 3 items only, to the board for consideration of the MOU. I don't know if we want to get into just the wordsmithing of this document, and I think I just want it to be clear, at least from my perspective, that the board supports this MOU, but just if you could take a look at those 3 areas of adjustment and bring it back, we'd be fine with that. And that, I would make a motion that we approve, or that we give direction for staff to communicate back with San Juan about essentially amending those 3 areas of the MOU and bringing it back for formal consideration to the board. The formal presentation, or the presentation language, the termination provision, and the 30 days waive language.
That was your motion?
That's my motion, yeah.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Kuzmicki?
Yeah.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Thank you very much. And then that would take us back to the consent. Thank you, Chief Canez, for hanging out, and also Dana for staying here. 1.13 and 1.14. I guess, as I alluded to earlier, since I pulled these items, 1.13, and just if you could just obviously confirm that this is essentially just an MOU that's already moving forward what the board previously approved. So this isn't anything new. I just said pulled these because they were all CCP related, but that's basically, this is just the MOU related to our prior approval, I think in September.
Yes, for 1.13, the business resource analyst, that was previously approved. The budget adjustment has already been approved, CCP has approved. And this is, this MOU is strictly in place to allow for the auditors to process the payment of moving the funds over from basically being where they're at now over to the court, the Superior Court. So that's 1.13.
I have no further questions unless there's any other comments from the board. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion. I would just make the motion to approve first. Is there a second? I'll second. If we have first and a second, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Approved. And so 1.14 really was the, the one I think just, I would want to take just at least a closer look at, just considering what we talked about earlier with funding streams and, AB 109 CCP funding. And, you know, I think when we talked in the fall, we were gonna, just kind of pick up the conversation again, which is, I guess, what we're in essence doing now.
Yes.
Was just about trying to get a grasp of process with CCP. And I know, again, Supervisor Satel's been on it, so she understands it better than any of us, I'm sure, up here. And then Supervisor Zanger's now on there. But as far as, you know, these are recommendations that come from CCP. And what discretion does the, can you explain for the public, does the board have? We basically approve the funding, but there's also this unique, you know, stipulation in the, with these funding streams where it's, you have to have a 3/5 vote for approval, but a 4/5 vote
To reject
to reject.
the plan and the budget.
Right, okay. And so I've expressed previously, and I said it today again, that, again, you all make the recommendations, we make final decisions, but I'm all about the very limited resources that we have, being about sort of the basics first and the essentials first. And if we're dipping into general fund dollars for something that we deem to be essential, but then we're also using these limited but discretionary dollars, discretionary in a sense, narrow, I guess would be a better word, on things that maybe aren't as essential for our organization. That's where I at least want to have a conversation for me personally. And that's kind of why I pulled it, just to, because I guess it more than anything, I would just want to just urge going forward, and I talked to you about this a week or two ago, that at least taking mine, and if there's board consensus consideration of, to please consider, budget times are always difficult. We're going to be probably heading into one of our more difficult budget periods here. We could hit a recession soon. That, you know, if we can lean toward the essentials first before divvying out dollars to the state. It sounds funny to say, but that's really what we're doing here. Is we're taking state dollars and we're putting them back, and we're giving them back to the state because the courts are run by the state. And that's the one where I'm really kind of stuck a little bit. I'm not necessarily going to be against it, but can you elaborate on, I guess is my question, can you elaborate on, do they not have other streams of money, you know, to go to for this sort of these positions that the courts are asking for as a state organization?
I do have Mr. Newman here. He's the court CEO, and if he wants to come up to speak to what their budgetary restrictions are, he's welcome to do that. But before that happens, I do want to know, just in a response to some of your comments, in reviewing all of the CCP funds and how the money is allocated, I do want to be clear that the 7 CCP Executive Committee members, they do take into account county needs, like entire county, but all the money itself doesn't necessarily have to go to a county entity. Even having said that, 87.17% of the funds for this upcoming budget are going to county departments. 12.83% are going to either other entities or community-based organizations that are providing funding in the jail through various contracts for various services. So we're talking about a very small percentage of funds that are not going to county departments to provide county. So I just want to be clear on that, because I think maybe the understanding or some of the sentiment of at least what I'm interpreting is that there needs to be a look at prioritizing county needs and prioritizing essential services, and we are doing that as a CCP. So I just want to make sure that's clear. 87% of these funds are going to county departments for county needs. 12% are going to these other things that have been approved for this upcoming fiscal year. I also want to clarify, because I think there's been, I've heard some comments just about funding, you know, the police officer position for the city. Those are proposals that have yet to be drawn down. They have been implemented. To date, CCP funds have not paid out any monies to the city to fund a police officer. They've not hired someone for that special intelligence unit, which we've had a more broad discussion on when I met with you and the vice chair last week, but to date, they haven't expended any CCP funds.
And that was about 100,000,
And that, yeah,
if I remember.
yeah, so I just want to be clear, it was budgeted for that to be used, but it was not actually expended. So this going into our new fiscal year would be the first time that if they do hire and all of that, that would actually happen. But I just wanted to make sure that that was prefaced as well. But Mr. Newman, did you want to have an opportunity? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I totally respect and understand your rationale for wanting to question this a little bit. I think it's important to keep in mind that while the court is state funded, it does serve the county of San Benito. And so largely we're trying to make sure that we have service that supports the county and the county needs, particularly the agencies that interact with the Superior Court, probation, the DA, public defense, all those folks. And so when AB 109 was originally implemented, there wasn't a great deal of ongoing funding that the courts received or the other agencies that supported the realignment that came with it. And so, CCP was in part constructed by the legislature and the governor in order to create sort of local opportunities and have some of the money that otherwise would have gone to fund prisons and folks in prison to come back to the community in order to fund local enforcement of AB 109 and the infrastructure that comes with it. Along with that came a variety of new filings that have to happen with respect to the way now that supervision happens with folks who are no longer going off to jail. And so there's a lot of work that comes along with that, obviously, from the court's perspective. And so, obviously it made sense then to approach CCP about helping the court support some of that work that goes into this. And so that's a great question. We do receive state funding, obviously, to run the bulk of the court. But as we all know, sometimes when the legislature and the governor decide to pass certain laws, they don't include with it funding to support some of those laws. And I think this is one of those instances. And so, we approached CCP for their support in this instance. And it just so happens, too, that the court was experiencing a cut from our state general fund this year by about 4%, given the way that revenues went last year. And so that was yet another reason to approach about this issue. So I'm happy to entertain further questions, but that's just kind of the general, response to your concern.
Appreciate that. Any further questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Curl?
Just because we have you here and you don't come visit us very often, so I thought I'd take advantage of this moment because I'm learning a lot about what the court system does versus what the county does. Your overall court system budget, if you're looking at the budget of San Benito County Court System and you're looking at the amount of money from CCP, what are we talking about? Because I have no clue.
It would be a very small percentage because our budget is somewhere around $6 million, something like that. So
Okay, and then you have this small portion that's coming out of CCP.
Correct.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to get my head wrapped around what are we talking about? Is it a big portion, a small portion? But thank you so much for attending today.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Further comments, questions? Supervisor Velasquez?
Did you have a comment
Oh, I'm
first?
sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Everything looked like they were ready to go, so.
Oh, I thought you said no. I thought, yeah, so.
I'll jump
so
in.
it said no comment. Go ahead. Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, it's actually not for, it's for Ashley probably, if that's all right, yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
A couple things. So just going back to a comment you made earlier, could you go over what you said about you're already over budget, you're dipped into reserves?
Yes.
Could you explain that?
Yes, so every year we receive a base allocation amount, and then that base allocation that we are expected to receive is 2.9 million, because we just got an update, and that, if you look on the state controller's website, it'll show you, all previous fiscal years, those monies that are coming in through this dedicated funding stream. We also, prior to this most recent fiscal year, so we're taking 23-24, we would also receive 100,000 in funds to submit a CCP realignment plan to the Board of State and Community Corrections. That has since ceased, effective 2024-2025. So we no longer receive that incentive pay. And then growth funds are additional funds that fluctuate year after year. Sometimes we receive some, sometimes we receive none. And so those three funding are what make our CCP AB 109 trust fund account. And we, every year, budget for what we're gonna expend from each of the different departments for different areas and different staff salary positions, different programs. And we have, for this upcoming fiscal year, our total expenses are $4,735,287. But we only are receiving a dedicated revenue that we know of to date is the 2.9 million. So already there's 1,794,000 that is gonna have to, hopefully we get some growth funds that will offset some of that. If not, money that we anticipated spending from previous budget cycles that was not spent and just kind of carries over, that's what we're dipping into. We don't actually have a specified reserve fund account. It's called a reserve fund account, but it's really just money that's carried over as unspent monies.
And a lot of that, I mean, so I think from what I understand, that's like where we have the special investigator position, but they haven't been able to actually fill that, so that money goes to the reserves, right?
Yeah, and so we haven't really spent, yes.
Okay. So then there's gonna be like an issue eventually here, right? Because we're gonna run out of money.
Yes, and that's why at this last meeting, we had that conversation, because the whole AB 109 reconciliation, it's extremely challenging to stay on top of everything, because we were receiving proposals, various months, and then we'd have to go back and we'd have to do the budget adjustment. And from 2011 until now, we have had all of those monies that I just talked about, in addition to other probation-specific funds that are going into this trust fund account. And I know I spoke to the chair and the vice chair about probation-specific SB 678 dollars, PRCS mitigation dollars going into that. And it's very difficult to parse those out and to get what is the bottom line number of what is actually CCP dedicated money that should be used for CCP. Mm-hmm. That has been very challenging for my department to separate and see, okay, because there's also interest that's building each year from that account. And that interest is based off of all of those monies being put in one pot, even though some of those monies are really just probation-specific dollars that I need to use for my ongoing costs of things that I'm running in my department. So that is why I had the discussion with CCP about, I need to find a way to get some buy-in from the auditors to parse those probation-specific dollars out so that they are in a separate account and not being counted. And then the interest that is accruing each and every year really is just for use of CCP. But then also I can get a better idea of how much money do we really have. I know in prior board meetings, I've heard things like, oh, there's 10 million in there, or there's 12 million, or there's 8 million. And it's like that number, that dollar number, it seems to change because people don't really have a full understanding of everything that's going into that trust fund account. Mm-hmm. But once I've parsed money out, that 12 million is really more looking like 8 million. And then when you take that 8 million, and let's just say we expended every single dollar that we anticipated to budget for, which is 4 million, then we're really only seeing a reserve of potentially 3 to 4 million left.
Right.
And so we are, and I've had the conversation of, we have to, as a CCP executive committee, reevaluate some of these things that we have committed to and really start paring down and figuring out ongoing, what we're going to cut.
Right. Well, I think that's kind of what I'm getting at, is if we're at eventually going to be at a negative here if everything continues, I don't really see why we'd be adding more positions if we are already overdrafting, essentially. We're already going to go into our reserves, and if we continue, we're not going to have any money left, and it's not going to be able to, things are going to have to just fall apart eventually, right? So, and I guess this courtroom position, this would be assume it would be an ongoing, it wouldn't just be 1 year that the assistant would.
It would be for the term of the MOU that we have in place in front of you, but that is exactly what we are going to be looking at moving forward, of what is that going to look like ongoing?
Right,
But
so,
it's
because
already been-
it could go away, we're saying in the future.
Yes, and everyone who
position could
comes
get
to
pulled out.
CCP, we make it very clear that when we say ongoing, it's not a guarantee. You still have to come every year before the CCP, ask for it, and then we still have to vote and decide upon it. So it's handled from one budget cycle to the next in the same way that the county's budget cycle is handled from one to the next. Even though we say ongoing.
Got
it's
it.
just- So it will have to be voted and approved on by CCP each and every year. Yes.
Okay, okay. Well, I guess, yeah, my big concern is that it's not sustainable. What we're doing now is not sustainable. And so I don't think we should be waiting to try to make it sustainable in the future. Like, we have to address that, I would say, immediately. And I would say adding courtroom positions and things like this would kind of be the opposite, in my opinion, just because we're, exasperating the problem where we're funding and we are going into reserves and we don't have the money to, support these positions essentially. So I don't know how I would rationalize that. I don't know how I would rationalize spending more than we're bringing in. That's just my sort of thoughts on it right now. I don't really know what to say other than that, I guess. So if anyone else has comments.
Yeah, I can't rationalize it. Were you going first? I can't rationalize it, and I agree with you. You better get your money put aside quick. I don't trust state dollars. This is one-time money is what this really is. You have to look at it as one-time money. It's not ongoing because you don't know. And you made that very, very clear. So I would never use those dollars for positions because one year it's there, one year it's not there. We heard earlier, and I agree with the chair. Going to backfill that general fund first. If the state's requiring something else over here, we need to make sure it's being covered. The state's very good at that. No offense, Mr. Newman. I'm sorry for you to be through the state where there's a lot of hocus pocus going on, but that needs to be taken care of first. And I'm going to always push for those dollars to go back to the general fund because there's always those in Sacramento that want to make something sound great on the backs of us, and then we have to do the impossible. When I was looking at the court funding several years back about the traffic tickets, I was shocked to find out that somebody's paying a fine of a few $100s. The portion going back to the cities or county were $10, or it was nothing. It's like, where is all that money going? Well, it's going to fund things. I get it, but it really hurts us locally. So I'm gonna be on the side of making sure those dollars get back into our general fund. If the state is going to require something happen over here, I want to make sure either they're funding it or we're going to find a way to make sure they're funding it. We're not going to just allow them to keep dipping into what we have as an answer for their wish list. So.
And I did want to clarify that the AB 109 realignment funds, they're not specified to be only used to offset county needs or
right.
to go into general fund. I mean, we've even had discussions about, because there's been a lot of, I don't know how to say it. We've had delays in being able to process things that we've wanted to process because, like where we're at right now. But there isn't anything that actually says that these are, like they have to stay with the county.
Right.
And so moving that money out, let's just say this money didn't sit with the county. Let's say it sat in a separate, like we wouldn't even be coming to the board and having this discussion at all. Because these are not county funds. These are CCP realignment funds.
No, I get that.
So.
But what happened earlier is you saw we had to allocate $48,000 for some other requirements, right? So how do we get that back? There was a point of we should be applying through CCP to get those dollars back in. And that's kind of my point is you have pointed out that the numbers aren't there anymore. So everybody's going to have to get a dose of reality rather than approving more. We need to figure out what's going on with the dollars. How do we get it to the one-time areas instead of the more positions? Because it won't be long before those dollars are not there. And then we're all talking about how do we pay for that position through general fund. I don't want to get there.
And I just want to assure you, as chair of CCP, I am totally dedicated to parsing through all of that with CCP and the executive committee and figuring out what we need to do and navigating that. Everything that's been brought forward to you today, though, has already been approved. So I'm following through with the nuances of getting things in order based off of previously approved things that we put in place. I do understand that I have an obligation to go back now and we have to kind of reevaluate, and we will be doing that moving forward now that I have a full picture of everything. But as it stands, these are not things that have not yet been approved. They're things that CCP has already committed and agreed to for the next fiscal year, which is what we're here today.
Right, and you explained it well, but
Yeah.
just heads up.
Yes.
They're one-time monies. If you're using this for positions, it's gonna fail. It's gonna fail quickly on all of us.
Supervisor Curl?
Ashlyn, thank you so much for all the clarity, and I know you've been challenged with really parsing out where the money is, and what can we do as a board because to have your probation funding coming into the same account, mixing with your interest earned, it would drive me absolutely insane. I mean, I had multiple trust accounts, and every one of them were separated, and every one of them had their own interests. What can we do to help support that separation? Because that will help open the eyes of what's really reality of what's left. The next item is, does CCP, have they started to look at, or have they already done policies that reflect what AB 109 purpose is, and set policies in place so that those policies are what we're looking at instead of the onesie-twosie requests, ensuring that the requests are falling within the policy platform?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Curro. I am in the process of working on some CCP bylaws. To date, I don't know why we don't have those in place or why that hasn't been developed since this is inception of 2011, but that was one of the first things that, coming in as chief and as chair of CCP, I was like, we have nothing in place. What are we doing? Let's take a look at all this. So we are in the process of developing those bylaws with the CCP and have like an ad hoc committee working on that and detailing some of those things that you're exactly spelling out, like what's the intended use of these funds, what are we going to dedicate to what are the rules and policies that we are agreeing as a body to adhere to. That is something that is currently in works. And then as far as your first question, I think I would appreciate any support that I can get. I have tried to have conversations with the auditors offline to bring this ask forward for my specific requests relevant to my department with parsing money out. And I have prepared agenda items to move PRCS mitigation funds and to have a general ledger account created and moving them out. I have not received a response from the auditors. I haven't received like the go ahead of like, yes, let's push this forward. So any assistance that I can receive in just continuing to have those conversations and seeing what we need to do so that that can be done and brought to fruition would be very helpful. I know in my meeting with the chair and the vice chair that I had, I did ask for that support, and the chair indicated that I could reach out and send an email and we can start scheduling a meeting to have those conversations.
Yeah, because it just makes it so much more work.
It is.
It's so much more work. It's so much more auditing. I mean, it's just ridiculous how much time you spend chasing the money instead of having it go in the accounts to be able to be transparent and say, this is the money coming in, this is the money going out. Your revenues and your expenditures are in a separate account just make life so much easier.
I appreciate that.
So anything I can do individually or as a body, please let me know.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So just to clarify, the new positions that are on the table, behavioral health, substance use counselor, and then the judicial courtroom officer, just looking at the wording, is also a new position?
That is, yes, those two.
That's the two new ones. Everything else is existing.
And there is funding that behavioral health is requesting.
Sober living.
For the sober living environment bed spaces.
And that's one-time funding?
Yeah. Well, you want us to come? I'm going to let Miss Dana speak too.
So just Really quickly, Ashley and I were speaking about the substance use disorder counselor, and I am committed to looking at revenue that we can utilize and move that position out of the CCP budget as soon as we can. As Sheriff Taylor mentioned, and Chief Knez has mentioned that in October of next year, we will be able to draw down Medi-Cal funds. Right now, behavioral health doesn't have a funding source, and so we've had to pull back services to the jail to provide critical substance use disorder inpatient services or in incarceration setting services. We also have some CalAIM PATH funds, but we, as Sheriff Taylor mentioned, that we're still trying to demystify those. So as soon as we can move that position out of the CCP, we will. For the sober living environments, we do not have a dedicated revenue source for that. So I would advocate, as we've discussed here today, that that is a critical support and really in alignment with AB 109 when we think about what helps to prevent recidivism. Having a sober living environment once you leave an incarcerated setting is one of the most important things for those who are struggling with substance use disorder services. So yes. So,
But that's not a position per se, I guess I should have.
No. Yeah, the sober living environment component is not a position.
Because I agree with the sentiment of Supervisor Velasquez that the priority really should be, there's ongoing expenses and one-time expenses or non-position expenses. And it seems like we're on a path toward 2 or 3 years from now, running through that in reserve.
Right.
And then what? So I would just, I have a couple, is it too late to pull back? I think I asked you this. Is it too late to pull back on the funding of the police officer position that hasn't been filled?
I would say yes, it's already been approved.
And we as a board approved it.
Correct.
I just, I think that was, in hindsight, I think everybody can take responsibility, but in hindsight, I think it was a mistake to go down this path of using these dollars on this special intelligence unit, and funding a Hollister police officer. That's just my view. Again, basics first. If we can't cover the basics and we don't have enough sheriff's patrol officers, we don't have traffic enforcement. I would prefer traffic enforcement over special enforcement, whatever special enforcement means, or intelligence. So I would just urge going forward, again, just to really prioritize one-time expenses over ongoing expenses, because there are plenty of things that we could fund with these dollar amounts that don't put us at risk of fiscal challenges going forward. But the ongoing expenses, they do put us as a community at risk, because eventually we're not going to be able to fund these positions. One other question, I'm sorry, I'm not going to belabor this, but is there a breakdown of ongoing like positions versus sober living or other expenses that those aren't people that we're going to have to either find funding for or lay off down the line? Is there a general breakdown? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but is it 50-50, or is it most of this is just basically positions for the most part?
Most of it is providing staffing.
And what are we committed to, I guess, what are we committed to? Let's just say that we hire these new folks and we have a slate of people that are paid under CCP. Do you have a dollar amount generally that we're committed to going forward? Could you take an approach like we're not going to add more positions unless it's really, really, you make a really great case?
I think those are the discussions that we're going to start having as a CCP, or that we've begun having.
Okay, but in the current path,
some of these things are things that I've inherited as I've come into my role, and and I don't know what discussions were like at the time when things were decided. I just know what I can speak to now, and under my direction as chair and in oversighting this entire thing, that we will be looking at everything line item by line item in the same way that I do for all my other budgets. And we'll be parsing through what we are going to continue to prioritize and need, and what we are not, essentially.
But the $4.7 million that's being allocated, is there a rough estimate of how much of that is positions that would have to be either funded elsewhere or laid off in 3 years, basically, because that's the path.
I don't have
we're
that
on to
number
run
in
out of-
front of me, but I could get that number.
Oh, okay, okay.
Like,
'Cause
I don't have it right now here today to say, oh, it's the X amount.
Again, as much as I'm stuck here, because as much as if we had a number and an understanding that we're not on a path toward having to lay people off in 3 years, I could be more comfortable. I'm sorry, Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, well, I think we are on that path because the majority of these are positions, right? And that's kind of my hiccup here is that's what I'm worried about. I commend you for trying to get a handle on all of this and bringing this up. But yeah, I think that's pretty clear that we are on that path because the majority are positions and we're spending more than we're bringing in. I mean, we're going to run out of money and those positions are going to have to expire. So I
would just note too that, there are things that have happened, like, for example, contract negotiations from last contract negotiation period of time, there was a 13% salary increase for each and every one of these positions. CCP probably didn't take into account that was going to be coming forward. However, we are where we are. And we have committed to fund these positions because they're vital for services that we need in this community for the entire county and specifically for the AB 109 population. So those are things that have caused, you see an influx in expenditures. Well, salaries have gone up by 13%. So, I mean.
Plus compounding.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was my point. And I've gone through budgeting city over a decade, going through and watching this happen. That's why I can't support this type of deal here. One-time monies are one-time issues. Now, it doesn't mean I don't support, I think it was mentioned, if there was a traffic officer hired for the sheriff's department, one for the police department, okay. But after that, there's got to be a line because you're going to find yourself in trouble. We're all going to find, not you. You got to go through it and say, what the heck is all this, right? But that's what's going to happen. I'm 100% you're going to be over pretty quick, if not already. And I don't think that's a wise move. I think, as I say all the time, tools. What we need to be doing is providing tools. What are the latest tools that really are effective, that make a difference for our community? And then when we have this issue, as we heard earlier from the state, where we have to provide a certain service, well, we have to provide that service. So that's state required, but we're going to have to fund that this way. I mean, it's just, we just can't go on adding more positions to this because we'll be in trouble. And then, unfortunately, some people are going to have to be laid off, and they're not going to be happy about it, nor will the public. So we have to understand how this really works. It's one-time monies.
Further questions, comments? So is there a recommendation on either approving this in full or parsing out the new positions? I'm gonna need some direction from the board.
I would suggest, they've already been approved from the CCP, so it sounds like our only option is either to accept it or we take a vote and 4 of us need to oppose it, right? For it to then go back to CCP? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
So what is the difference between if it's not, it takes 3/5 to approve, 4/5 to reject, but if it's not approved, what happens?
It says 4/5 vote required. That's because it's a budget amendment, I'm
Correct.
assuming. So it's actually.
It's 4/5 vote to reject the proposed budget amendment. And then it would come back to CCP and we would reevaluate and we'd be right back where we are now.
But if we don't approve this, we're still right back where we are right now. You still have to take it back. This is where I get a little confused. Like, do we have to?
No, it has been approved by CCP already.
So,
Okay.
so.
It has been approved by CCP already.
I got it now.
So 4 of us would have to be against this or else it goes forward.
Correct.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion to approve this?
Well, are we approving it or we're disapproving it?
You make the motion. It's up to you.
I'll make a motion, and I may not be liked for this, but I know we're in a tough situation. My motion would be to approve with the understanding that this is an area that has to be looked at, which I think you're very well doing. So my motion would be to approve.
So I'll second that.
We have a first and a second roll call vote?
Supervisor Kozmicki,
No.
Supervisor Zanger,
No.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez.
No.
Motion does not pass.
But
So.
under traditional rules.
But it's approved.
Make
motion
sure on the legal side at all.
Tricked you on
I
that
know
one.
Chief Canes has this down, but just to cross paths and make sure we got this all right, because it does, as our clerk is stating, traditional rules doesn't pass. CCP rules, it does pass.
Thank you.
Essentially passes.
So if we could have a conversation, I'd appreciate that, just to get one layer there. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you, everybody, for all the information. I think you understand the concern, if at the very least, that there's an urging to address the pathway that we're on, because it's fiscally, we're only 3 years away from essentially having to cut people.
And I stand right behind you. I'm the one who's been bringing all of this forward. I've been the one looking, I've been the one doing all of the follow-up on this, so it's not falling on deaf ears.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, that would take us to last item, future agenda items. Discuss and approve future agenda items requested by board members. I don't see any new ones unless I'm mistaken. Is there any comments, questions? We'll go, I guess, we do public comment briefly as well, Vanessa. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. No public comment.
Again, no questions or comments? That's just a, it's just a discussion item, so that would take us to adjournment. We are adjourned. Thank you.